Sorry, just want to drag it out. So we can see. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for April 23rd, 2024. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karstadt.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Graves.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Kurtz.
Yes. Excellent. Next, before we get into our regular meeting, this is a special meeting because we're not only swearing in new officers, but saying goodbye to one very great officer that I've had the pleasure of working with for the last 4 years. So I'd like to acknowledge our current Mayor Pro Tem, Mike Grace. Mike, thank you for your unwavering commitment to the improvement of this town we all love and your passion for civic duty. We are very lucky you decided to run for office in 2020. You've accomplished a lot in your 4 years as trustee and as Mayor Pro Tem. Successfully advocating to CDOT for the retiming of several traffic signals in town we all use, a nonstop focus and advocacy on our railroad crossing that resulted in CDOT finally relenting and smoothing our crossing and saving countless suspensions. Our Youth Advisory Committee, taking on a newer committee of young leaders and providing needed guidance and encouragement. Our youth have a summer Scorch Fest each year, and that is due to Mike's guidance. I think we're very all excited to watch it grow. Newell Farm, in no small part, are you a contributor and probably the main contributor to us having a brand new park. And for those in the audience, Mike was not able to attend any of the meetings of a park he probably knew the most about. And I'm glad that we were able to get that through, and I really appreciate your support and all the knowledge you had behind that. And that's another thing we'll have for forever. Our Metro District policy. Before we had our current policy, well, I should say, we, for the longest time, did not have a Metro District policy. And after a series of unfortunate events, the board decided that we needed to do something. And Mike volunteered, along with another trustee, to draft our first policy. And many of those points that Mike put in there are in our current policy still. And I can only say that that's gonna affect every house and every resident from here on out. So thank you for that as well. Fiber optics. not only for making this a board priority to get optics successfully on the ballot, but also for following through. I'm glad you get to see the beginning results of your hard work on this. A quote regarding fiber optics I will never forget from Mike at a meeting in public lambasted our slow, unsteady internet in town and stated, "I'm sure Comcast will want to be a pallbearer at my funeral, just so they can let me down one more time."
Let's say it again.
There are so many more individual accomplishments you have done over the last 4 years, Mike. They are impressive. However, what really stands out to me as above and beyond, yet downplayed, has been your positive and encouraging attitude, your voice of reason, and how collected you can be in very heated situations. You have always sought consensus and have earned our respect for that. I believe that to be more important than any individual contribution, as your attitude reflected on everything we've done over the last 4 years and has made everything better because of it. So I personally want to thank you, and on behalf of the town, I want to thank you as well for your time and your service. And as a small token of appreciation for the countless hours that you've given to the town, not only with the Youth Advisory Commission, not only as a board of trustees, not only as the mayor pro tem, but just being here and all the positive effects you've had on all of us. I'd like to present you with this plaque. And
Oh, man.
yeah, thank you very much. Let's give Mike a round of applause, everyone. Do you have anything you wanted to say, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll certainly try.
Sure.
Photography. So kind of as is kind of my style, I'm gonna kind of shoot from the hip on this. Serving on the board has been largely educational on my part. I'd encourage the public and anybody who's here now to certainly join and become a part of this, volunteer. It's eye-opening. It's also incredibly humbling. For the kind words that our mayor has said about me, it can be said about everybody else on this board. Truly, I appreciate serving with all of you. I've had a blast doing it. There's been some interesting meetings, where we talked about mosquitoes for 5 hours. There have been other meetings where, it's been standing room only. It's been intense. There's been plenty of meetings where this room was pretty much a ghost town and everything in between. I would not have chosen a better committee if I got to pick it. We've all been incredibly fortunate that we've kept partisanship far away, and we've been looking at what the future of the town is, not our own agenda. And honestly, I'm just incredibly humbled by being here with you guys. I truly did not have any intention of ever getting this far along into public office, but it's been a lot. It's packets that are thousands of pages long, meetings that go into the double digits and then some for weeks on end. We've covered tons. We've gotten so much done in the past 4 years that it's humbling. I also want to specifically call out and thank my wife Casey, the beautiful lady out there, for supporting me in all of this with 2 kids at home, coming back at the wee hours of the morning, not having done anything lambastic but sit through bureaucratic process. You've helped this whole thing go through as smoothly as it has. So thank you, truly. I love you. I said it in public too. This will not be the end. I will be back before long. Don't you guys worry. That's all I really have. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff specifically. You guys are amazing at what you do. I truly appreciate it. And I'll miss asking you about the railroad crossings every other week and Spartan Crossing every other week. So I hope somebody else takes up that torch.
Well, you can still sit in the back of me.
It's cheaper than moving, yeah.
Is this when we tell them about the at-large positions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike. This time we'll move on to swearing in of the newly elected officials. So clerk, would you like us all to come down or one at a time, or?
Yes, we can certainly do it here in front of the dais. I'll start with trustee Albrecht, then on to Kurtz, our newly elected trustee Wing, and then finally Mayor Kurzbeck. you could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, May Albrecht,
Do swear by the ever-living God
do swear by the ever-living God
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of trustee
of the office of trustee
upon which I am about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Congratulations. And signature from me. Trustee Fritz. If you could please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Chris Kurtz,
Do affirm
do affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of trustee
of the office of trustee
upon which I am about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Around one signature from you. Thank you so much. Mr. Wayne. Thank you. Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Brett Wayne,
Do affirm
do affirm
that I will support the Constitution,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
and the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of trustee
of the office of trustee
upon which I am about to enter
on which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Mayor Horseback. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, William Karspeck,
Do swear
do swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
and the laws of the Town of Berthoud,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the office of mayor
of the office of mayor
upon which I am about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we'll get your signature right here.
I'd like to thank everyone, especially the family and the trustees for coming out one more time. And the family that supported Mike and supporting all of the new trustees coming in. It's a lot on trustees and it's also a lot on their families, so very much appreciate it. At this time, we'll take well, actually, I'd like to give one more round of applause for not only our new trustees, but Mike as well, so. Thanks very much. At this time, we'll take a brief break and switch over boards and sign some more documents, and then we'll be called a new meeting to order. Thank you.
Sure.
Whenever you're ready. Okay, thank you. All right, I call the meeting back to order, and we're gonna start with citizen participation. This is the chance for those folks in the audience tonight to speak to anything that is not on tonight's agenda. We'll have, for the most part, public comment on these. We'll start off with Scott Canby. Scott, even though it's listed here, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Scott Canby. I live at 1921 Glenview Court, which is the Berthoud address. We are in the county, south of you, in the River Glen Homeowners Association. I am the president of the River Glen Homeowners Association. I'm here for a simple appeal to the board with some help. 13 years ago, or 11 years ago, in 2013, an agreement was developed between the town, the homeowners association, and in conjunction with the county for sewer service. You maintain our sewers, you not maintain them, but our effluent is delivered to your sewer plant through a series of pipes and lift stations. There is a loan that was arranged, a lid through the county to do that. It's a 20-year note. At the end of that period, the property that is surrounding the pump station and all is to be transferred to the town, since you are in control of that portion of the property. We've spent literally 10 years trying to get that resolved. I've spent well over in the last just few years, over $1,000 in legal with letters, emails, and whatever to both your town attorney and Ken Matthews, with no results. You keep asking me for a survey, I keep asking you, what do you want us to survey? And all I really want is the board's help. Bring together a meeting, we can sit down. Chris has been involved a little bit with this at one time or another. And to discuss where we go forward, make it simple, not spend a whole lot of extra money of anybody's time or effort, but to define a space, define the area in our open space that you want, or the town wants, or Ramey wants, whoever it is, Ramey being your your plant manager, and just get that done. And I'm just, like I said, I'm frustrated to the point that our attorney suggested maybe I can appeal to the town board and say, get them to get me some support and get things rolling. Right, and that's the nature of my request.
Thank you, sir, very much. I'm not familiar with the situation. I wouldn't imagine that the other trustees are. So we can get a
It
briefing.
goes back even before my time.
Sure, 2013, I have it written down here. If you want to add anything now, but if not, we
Sit
can.
down. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
I'd say if not, we could probably get a briefing another time, but I certainly like your suggestion of trying to meet up and find some kind of
So,
resolution.
just a sit-down meeting with some of our people. The county's welcome to be involved since they were part of this, since part of their easement of the pipe is on their property. But mostly it's how to define that space so that when the note is terminated, the actual property can be transferred. Because we're also involving the county in the sense that this is a sub piece of property and that it's well below the 35-acre minimum. So there's things that have to be done legally to get that all done for your sake and for ours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything you'd like to add, Administrator Kirk?
I don't think so. I'd have to get back involved with the details. I
Sure.
recall talking about this years ago.
Yeah. We'll reach out and thank you for coming in tonight.
I put my phone number on the sheet.
Okay, thank you. And I'll hand that over to the clerk. Next is Lauren Roth. And again, Ms. Roth, if you could please come to the front, state your name and address, and if possible, keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you very much.
I'm Lauren Roth. I live at 1735 Exeter Street. I'm a member of the Port Committee and I'm here to discuss Richardson Park again. The proposed survey that the Port Committee is working on currently. The last time I spoke at a board meeting, it was to discuss plans for the park and the proposed pool. At the meeting, we discussed using a survey to better assess the needs and wants of the community in light of the $60 million price tag on that park. Our last two Port Committee sessions, we have worked on the survey. At our last meeting, April 3rd, while discussing the survey, it was brought up that the plans for Richardson Park had progressed to a point where it is too late to make changes to that plan, to the phase 1 of that plan at least. My understanding after the last board meeting was that Richardson Park that Richardson Park was discussed that the plans would continue with the understanding that things could change based on the results of that survey. If we are past the point of making changes, this means that the current plan for the $60 million park will go forward without reviewing the input of the community. I'm disappointed because Port had a meeting last summer, 8 months ago, where we recommended changes to the pool. We had a unanimous recommendation for changes to the pool. That went wherever that goes. And then the plans came back before us in January or February, and none of those changes had been addressed. And when I asked at that meeting why those changes hadn't been addressed, I was told that the Port Committee was thought to be biased towards the pool. This makes committees such as Port seem like a complete waste of time. If we're gonna make recommendations as a unanimous committee and have them dismissed, it feels like a waste of my time. We've asked multiple times if we can make different plans, look at different options for the pool and the planning of Richardson Park, and every time we were met with responses with no facts, I don't believe, that back them up, as such as, oh, it's too expensive, we're too far along, it might not be possible, but nobody ever puts the time that I think needs to be put into looking at those different plans. Looking at past surveys, the survey from 2016 and the survey from 2018, both of those surveys had pools as in the top 3 in terms of needs for the community. I know the 2016 survey had baseball fields in the bottom 3, and so we're looking at a $60 million baseball park. And so my ask of you guys is to really think about pausing plans on Richardson Park and really thinking about what the town wants, what those amenities should look like going forward. I understand they've talked about a smaller park going in, a smaller pool going in at Wagner Farm and at Berthoud Town, or at the rec center. I don't know that that's gonna meet the needs of the community. I mapped it out, I've talked with Will a little bit about it. In terms of size, it's not a heck of a lot bigger than the area that we use for Berthoud Town Pool. And we had outgrown that pool. And so looking forward, if we're looking at a projection of gaining 1,000 residents per year over the next 10 years, we really need to be looking at 10 years down the road, not 10 years ago. I appreciate your time and I really hope that we can look at the survey and not have a missed opportunity for hearing the town. I will say that people that I've talked to about doing the survey, I've encouraged many people to do the survey and I've heard quite a few times, why would I bother? They're just gonna do what they wanna do anyways. So let's change the way people think about that and really think about what people want. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in tonight. Next is Leslie Tassie. Leslie here?
My name is Leslie Tassie. I live at 945 North 4th Street here in Berthoud. Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the board, and congratulations to the newly elected trustees. First, I'd like to offer my personal thanks to Mayor Karsbeck, the trustees, and especially to Mike Foote for working long and hard on the revisions to the town's oil and gas regulations. I've been following the progress since 2022 and have witnessed your dedication in keeping Berthoud's best interests at heart. Soon the revised regulations will come up for a vote. I believe that now is the time for Berthoud's town government to inform its residents about this vote, the contents of the regulations, and how they will ensure the health, safety, and safety of Berthoud's citizens, as well as protecting our precious environment. Between now and the vote in May, when will the public be brought into the process? The majority of the citizens of Berthoud do not as yet know that the regulations will be on the agenda in May, nor do they have any idea what is contained in the proposed regulations. You and I both know that the majority of them have not attended past meetings, nor will take the time to wade through board meetings archives, especially if they don't know what is coming up next month. In the case of potential oil and gas development in Berthoud, I believe it is incumbent upon the town government to provide to the general public a special town hall to which the public is invited to inspect, discuss, comment on, question, and understand fully the upcoming revised regulations. I believe that it's the town's responsibility to make public access to the proposed regulations before a vote is taken in May. To give your constituents a forum before your vote is cast, offers them transparency, a crucial element in any democratic process. May I suggest that we follow the example of the City of Loveland in their approach to engaging the public as the revisions to their oil and gas regulations are in process. Their special town hall enabled the Lovelanders to view the proposed oil and gas regulations, comment on and ask questions. I strongly urge our town to do something similar. Inviting the people of Berthoud to engage in the decision-making process is a win-win situation. Inclusion of our citizens allows them to have a voice in what may be a life-changing outcome for everyone. Our quality of life, our health, and the preservation of our beautiful land is at stake. All the people of Berthoud must have a voice when it comes to the future of our town, particularly when it comes to the potential for oil and gas development here. Therefore, I strongly request that the Berthoud town government go the extra mile in offering its citizens the chance to participate in the revisions of our oil and gas regulations between now and your vote in May. I'm always available to talk with you more in depth about my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tassi.
Voice here.
Next, Rick Rupp. Welcome.
Hi, Rick Rupp, 534 Fifth Street. Want to talk a little bit about update on biking again and trails. I want everyone to pretend for just a minute you're 8 years old. And Berthoud just built some a McDonald's and a place to get ice cream, get a burger, and you're with your mates on your bikes, okay? You're heading south on Berthoud Parkway. And you're going towards the, I guess it's called the Grand Market. This is where we're going to the TPC thing. And you're going down, and it's marked trails alongside the road, and it gets narrower and narrower, kind of disappears, and you're directed right into the most busy roundabout in Berthoud. I watched two kids, 8-year-old kids, within a week, stop walking their bikes, totally confused on what to do. Okay, thank God, you know, drivers stopped, on and on and on. I looked at the map, you guys all know about this. The Huron Lakes developer is supposed to have a regional trail, and it's not there. 10-foot wide trail that easily would go from that, so the kids from all the neighborhoods on both sides could safely go with their mates, get an ice cream, burger, whatever it is. Okay? It's been, I believe, 6 years. Excuse me, the developers have poured probably thousands of yards of concrete, but nothing has been done for a short stretch to make it safe for the kids that want to commute just to go over and get an ice cream or get a burger. So what I'm asking the board tonight is, we need, from what I saw, which was, I got to be honest with you, it was terrifying. We need some short-term mitigation to figure out what we're gonna do, because kids are going over there. You know, we built it, they shall come, right? And then, you know, hopefully a little bit longer term, what is it gonna take for the Huron Lakes developer to put the trails in so we can have some safe places to bike? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all taking notes here, thank you. Next, Brian Lack.
Brian Lack, 706 7th Street, right here in town. I was gonna say thanks to Mike, I got to do it in person, but thanks to our new trustees and our re-elected trustees. Super appreciate all the work that you guys put in for our little town. And just kind of tagging on to what Rick had just mentioned, on 4th Street, we have those bike stripes right down. Those things are so great. I don't know if you guys know the old timer and the little tricycle and his helmet and the flagpole, and he used to, that's his route. And before those lines were there, it was kind of dicey, but now he's got his little lane to ride in, and those lines really work. And it could also help at some of these other problem areas where old men and kids are riding around on their bikes. So that's it. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lack. David Murray?
David Murray, 3443 Curlew Drive. And I'm here to speak about the traffic situation at Berthoud Parkway and 287. Unfortunately, I was a witness to the aftermath of the latest fatality there of that trike and truck. I've spoken with Chief Williamson about trying to modify the directional signals at that intersection. And he is in communication, I know the town is in communication with CDOT, but I'm here to lend my voice to, we really need to put pressure on CDOT to change the signaling at that intersection because it is incredibly dangerous and people can't see. My neighbors come up to me and say, what is going on at Berthoud Parkway 287? So with that, I'd like to thank you so much.
Thank you for Mr. Murray for coming out. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak that did not have a chance to sign up? Do we have anyone online, clerk?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for everyone who's spoken. Just want to address these briefly, and then if any other trustees have anything to add. But I just want to thank you, Ms. Roth, for your service on the port and for coming in here repeatedly and advocating. I think you've seen the fruits of your work here, and we've paused all of our parks planning right now and looking at that survey. So thank you, and I think we're all sensitive and trying to listen better to the port committee. You guys are very important, and appreciate that. Ms. Tassi, yes, we could have another meeting. I think that's up to the trustees if they'd like to do a listening session or a study session. I could also do something like a meeting with the mayor and have that, and maybe have our oil and gas attorney. The fact does remain that we have the longest standing moratorium in the state of Colorado on oil and gas, and all those meetings have been public. So the public has had plenty of opportunity to come in, and people have. It hasn't been a small crowd, so but certainly I'm open to other opportunities to meet one more time and listen. Let's see, Mr. Rupp, yes, thank you. I'm trying to picture in my head where that situation is. I think I know what you're talking about, so I'll have to look at a map, but also appreciate your continued advocacy for bike lanes and pedestrian travel and trying to get TPC opened up to the public. Mr. Lack, just thank you very much for your 4th Street, and that's a great idea with the striping. And Mr. Murray, yes, I saw you at the meeting with the chiefs as well. And as I said there, I think Chief explained pretty well about the timing is something they've been advocating for again and again with it's really all this is being held up by CDOT, and it's really, really frustrating. And as I said in that meeting, I think it's appropriate at this time to have our regional transportation director address this, not through us, but directly with the town of Berthoud, through some type of statement of why we're not seeing any kind of response or solutions to the speed, to the light timing, and continued fatalities. So thank you for bringing that up, and it's on all of our minds as well. So it is an issue. So thank you everyone who spoke tonight. Oh, is there anything the trustees would like to add, or?
One clarification, is
Sure.
it Berthoud Parkway and 287, or is it 287 and Main Street?
Parkway and 287.
Okay. I know there was issues out of.
Yeah, there is issues at both though.
There's like essentially a blind spot created by the double lane and double turn. There's a lot of issues.
I thought the comments were being brand new. I thought the comments were brand new or were great. Rick, Rick, I didn't catch your last name, but
R-U-P-P.
so I'm not 8, but I rode my bike this morning exactly on everywhere you described, and with the bike lane going away, there's nothing, and then I went around the turnabout. So, and I'm a 65-year-old guy who's been riding bicycles for 60 years, and it was tough. So I couldn't agree with you more. It's that's a real challenge there. How we fix it, I'm not 100% sure, but I think your comments are spot on.
I can't get any better than that. That's great. Anything else?
I wanted to comment on Mr. Murray's, the 287 Berthoud Parkway. That is, I mean, it's not the first accident. I don't think it's the first fatality. So I guess, is there anything that the trustees can do in terms of putting pressure on CDOT to, I mean, it sounds like the recommendation is to elevate it to the director at CDOT that represents our area, but I just, maybe a little bit of clarification on that process or a letter.
Certainly.
A letter from the board. would
I think you're
be-
spot on. I think it is gonna be advocacy from us. I think
Yeah.
staff and law enforcement and the sheriff's office has been doing a ton and we're all kind of frustrated at just the kind of continued Spartan behavior on their part of just not wanting to adjust things. So I think if we could send them, a kind of more sternly worded letter and asking them to come into a meeting and kind of address this and be able to look into our eyes and explain what's going on there and why they aren't willing to budge. I really don't know what else because
Yeah.
ultimately it's their road and their rules.
Is there a way, I know that we get reports, but is there a way to get a summary of what's kind of occurred, say in the past 12 months at that intersection that we could document in the letter, just to illustrate?
Chief?
Sorry to put you on the spot, Chief, but I'm just curious, yeah.
Yeah, I can work on trying to compile those. I did have a conversation with the lead investigator from that fatal accident today. CDOT is awaiting our accident report for that. Once it's completed for that fatality, they are aware there was already a fatality there, so they're waiting for that. The investigator had a conversation with a CDOT engineer. It's not the one responsible for that light, but it does sound fairly positive that we may see some change from that, so
Gotcha.
there's no guarantee.
They were responsive.
Okay.
The last time we had issues at that intersection, they made some changes to the signal timing. You may recall it's the other direction of traffic where they had, flashing yellow lights for northbound traffic onto Berthoud Parkway turning northbound. And they were responsive when accidents started to pile up and we started to pressure them. They got out and eliminated those left turn arrows. So I'm hopeful they'll be responsive this time as well. And certainly if they're not, I think having some additional pressure from the town board would be helpful.
Right, and I think that, in my opinion, the speed adjustment too is ultimately probably the
The speed adjustment is something
need to be done.
we've worked with them on. I don't know, Chief, you probably are better acquainted with that process.
You guys are being
than
too
I
polite about that one.
So I think the last response from CDOT was that the speed seemed appropriate for the area. The accidents that they were reviewing, the serious ones were majority involving drugs or alcohol, an impaired driving situation, and weren't reflective of any speed issues. So I don't think CDOT believes that there's a speed issue there, even though we continue to ask for the speeds to be reduced to decrease the severity of the accidents that do occur. I think it's just gonna be continue to ask that the speed surveys that we can request are sometimes a double-edged sword, because they'll start looking at that, and if the average speeds are higher than what are posted currently, we run the risk of them increasing the speeds in the area, so there is that double-edged sword, so.
Okay, thank you. What if we invited our regional transportation director or CDOT head in here, in kind of maybe a more positive light, I'm thinking now, but we could also ask questions. We could get updates about CDOT, but also ask questions about this at the same time. In the future.
I would be supportive of that, yeah. I guess I was under the, well, we don't need to get into the details right now, but I was under the impression that it's almost like a design thing that has to be, if you think about it, needs to be fixed with signaling, at least in the interim. And then potentially there needs to be structural changes down the road. Obviously, that's a longer process, but
We think that you're probably right, we've talked about, I'll give maybe a less than a minute, hopefully, overview, but CDOT in particular is risk averse, and so they rely on generally accepted engineering principles for roadway design, right? And when you start to deviate from those, or you deviate from speed surveys and speed studies, or roadway geometry analyses, all these things they do to determine speeds and signal timing, when they start to make what they might perceive as arbitrary decisions or more qualitative decisions, it opens them up when accidents happen to say, why weren't you using generally accepted engineering principles in this design, right? And so everybody feels like CDOT is stiff and rigid, but there's reason for that, and we certainly go through some of that on our own roadways, right, in our own roadway design. So they will fall back on data, engineering analyses, and those types of things, even though sometimes we say, hey, look, qualitatively, we can understand why this may not work. They'll take that into account, but it has to be pretty strong. And so, folks will say something like, well, CDOT won't do anything until people die. And sometimes that's because the analyses don't show that it's a risk. And so once you have, you know, serious accidents, that's data they can then use to say, okay, this isn't working the way it's supposed to. Now we'll go through and make changes. It is frustrating, but I mean, from a practical standpoint, I understand why.
No, I understand it. I think it's just their tunnel vision of what risk they're looking at is risk to themselves and not necessarily risk to folks in vehicles.
Yeah.
Quick comment, when you turn left from 2700 into TPC, you can sit there for 3 or 4 lights sometimes, so people get anxious and then they run it. And then the other thing is, the turnaround sometimes backs up traffic all the way to 287. So then again, you get people going through yellow lights and even red lights, so it's a pretty dangerous intersection.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, I had a couple points since we're.
Yeah, trustee Ernst, please.
Thank you everyone for your comments. Mr. Lack, thank you for pointing out the striping improvements. I think as the town grows, it's really important to get people for traffic purposes and just for general congestion onto the street, and to make them feel safe to do that is nice. So I'm glad that you're seeing specific feedback on that. And then Ms. Roth's comments about people taking surveys or not because they're not thinking that their voice is being heard. I think that's kind of troubling, and I don't know what we can do about that. I can say that whether or not I agree with you, and I think I can probably speak with everyone, right? Whether or not I agree with someone's comments, I do take them into account when they are given to me. And there have been times when I had kind of certain decisions that I was going to make, and then through pretty heavy public comment, I rethought it and changed my decision. So the voices are being heard. And it's unfortunate, we were just talking about this earlier, that government tends to run really slowly, and so I understand that it's frustrating. Sometimes it's frustrating for us. But whether or not we end up agreeing with public comment or your public comment or not, it is part of the feedback that we use to make our decisions. So I just wanted to make sure that was said openly.
All right, excellent, thank you. Thank you for everyone who spoke too. We'll move on to agenda item number 2 now, which is the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem obviously acts in the mayor's absence, and anything from running a meeting to filling in on regional meetings to signing checks.
Do the consent agenda?
Oh, yeah, we should probably do the consent agenda. Yes, thank you, trustee Hardy. Let's go back to 1. I don't know why I started at 2. Do trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Trustee Kurtz has moved to approve, and I think that was trustee Murphy that seconded. All right, trustee Murphy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes, thank you, trustee Hardy, for bringing that up. All right, now back to appointment of the mayor pro tem. We decided we kind of started a new process a couple years ago where we'll do nominations, but if there's multiple nominations, then we'll go off to a written ballot where trustees write in their first and second choices and then give them to the clerk, and the clerk will then read them off. If there's consensus on the first round, we'll go with that. If not, then we'll go to the second round. So at this time, is that correct, clerk? Do you want anything to add?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. At this time, I'll open it up for nominations for Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone?
I'll make a nomination.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just, beforehand, I've been talking a lot today already, but I just wanna make sure that I'm going to nominate trustee Murphy, and that in no way shows a disregard for the work that anyone else has put in, but for various reasons, that's my nomination.
Okay, thank you. Is there any others? Okay, well, hearing none, we will do a motion, clerk will do a motion to approve trustee Murphy? Okay, is there a motion to approve trustee Murphy for the role of now Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
All right, trustee Kurtz has moved on that. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and trustee Ayers has seconded that. Clerk, we have another roll call vote.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
I'm glad you said it.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes, okay. Well, that was Pretty straightforward. Congratulations, Trustee Murphy.
Thank you, everyone. I'm really humbled. Seriously. I hope to do my best in the role, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You'll do well. Okay, we don't need to relocate clerk any seats right now, right? We can do that at the next meeting? Okay, great. All right, now we'll move on to, we have the, our very own district attorney in the basement tonight. We have Gordon McLaughlin to give a public safety update. Thank you for coming out, sir.
Thank you for having me. I don't spend a lot of time in basements, but I'm
It's a dungeon of democracy.
I like that. We'll get t-shirts made up maybe for next year. No, really thank y'all for having me. For those that I haven't met, I'm Gordon McLaughlin, Larimer County District Attorney. As y'all might remember, I came here last year for the first time to do an annual update. I'm gonna take the advice of your outgoing Mayor Pro Tem, which is that y'all are here till all hours of the night, so I try to be very quick with these. But I'm always available to answer as many questions after this presentation as y'all have or anyone in the audience has, and also just sort of have some face-to-face interactions. If you ever have problems or questions about the district attorney's office and criminal justice, you can contact me and you have that sort of face with the name. But the reason we're doing these is for transparency and accountability. So I'm getting out to all of our town boards and councils throughout Larimer County. On my next slide here, this is the 8th Judicial District. At the top there, we have 22 JDs. But Larimer County, as you all know, is a huge county. I actually have Jackson County in my district as well because we're the 8th JD. So this is a big territory, but we're doing all the prosecution that happens here in the town of Berthoud. So I think it's important to show you all as the council, as the town administrator, and as the citizens of Berthoud that we really value what you all think here about the work that we're doing and appreciate your feedback. I want to share with you some of that. So with that, I'm just gonna run quickly through some of the projects we're working on and some of our stats and then get to you all. This is our mission and vision. My role as district attorney as the chief law enforcement officer in Larimer County is to keep our community safe. The way that we do that can look a lot of different ways, and to me, the best way to do that is to make sure that we are looking completely at a whole case to make sure that if we're trying to reduce recidivism, lower crime, that we're getting folks to resources and services that are going to prevent them from committing that crime again. The far majority of people we see in the criminal justice system are frankly good folks that have made mistakes. There is a much smaller percentage of people that are victimizing those in our community and doing that with criminal intent, and we treat those folks differently, and I'll talk a little bit about that. This is a case roadmap. I'm not gonna go through all this because we would be here till midnight, but I put this slide on here only to say that, you know, what folks sort of see on TV in Law and Order or even see in the paper about what we're doing is a really small slice of what's happening at sentencing or a couple comments in one of my deputy days in a courtroom. But we have the case from the moment law enforcement hands that case off to us, all the way through not only motions and trial and sentencing, but often appeals and resentencing and all those things that occur. Cases often take, even a simple misdemeanor case could easily take 6-9 months in our office, and so we're working with victims, we're working with law enforcement, we're working on the evidence and the strengths of that case the whole time. A more complex felony case can easily take 18 months to 2 years to really get to trial and resolve. These are our case stats. This is from our data dashboard that's public online, so anyone can access that on our DA webpage or the county. Essentially what this shows is that since COVID, both misdemeanors and felonies have been down significantly throughout Larimer County. These are county, actually district-wide statistics. Misdemeanors have maybe seen a little bit of a bounce back, but felonies are still down significantly. These are just some of the programs we've been working on. I'm gonna run through these quickly. We have an adult diversion program that we started a couple years ago. Diversion is what it sounds like. It's getting people out of the criminal justice system. So these are low-level crimes, young adults, first-time offenders, and we're getting them out of the criminal justice system to resources, getting them held accountable quickly, and letting them move on with their lives without some sort of lifelong conviction that's gonna prevent them from getting housing, student loans, being contributing members of society. One of the things we've targeted really heavily the last about year and a half is the fentanyl epidemic. Fentanyl has been out of control nationwide. Larimer County is unfortunately no exception. We've been tackling that on two ends. The first is on the use end, we're making sure that we're getting folks that are struggling with addiction, behavioral health resources, because those are better going to be able to treat that problem than the criminal justice system. On the distribution end, Those are folks that are poisoning members of our community. And we've taken a very hard line on fentanyl distribution. There was a law, fentanyl distribution causing death, that I helped get passed at the Capitol about a year ago. That law is allowing us to prosecute these fentanyl overdose cases as homicide level crimes, because that's what they are. Someone is knowingly distributing something that with one pill is enough to kill somebody, and in our communities, and they're leaving huge tragedy in their wake. And so we've filed more of those than any other judicial district in the state, not because we have more fentanyl overdoses in Larimer County, we don't, but because we have collaborated with law enforcement and the Northern Colorado Drug Task Force and have put the resources in our office to get justice for those victims, and we're very proud to be able to do that. Community engagement accountability, that's why I'm here tonight, but we have a lot of resources. Our website is ever expanding. We're on social media. We want folks to reach out to us, to contact us, to be in touch. We just wrapped up our 3rd Citizens Academy last week, where we took about 25 people through a 2 classes a week for 4 weeks, intensive process, and to sort of look at every department from the folks getting the evidence from law enforcement agencies all the way to the folks trying cases, serving victims, handling appeals, and giving them a sense of that. And that trust is really important. If we want victims to come forward to report crimes, witnesses to cooperate, jurors to return the verdicts we think are correct, building that trust is really important. We have a lot of problem-solving courts in Larimer County, doing things like a DUI court, a mental health court, a drug court. We brought on this past year a competency docket. There is a statewide backlog in folks waiting for competency evaluations. The state hospital cannot handle them. The state of Colorado is paying $10 million a year in fines because they cannot house those folks. So we decided to come up with local solutions, and that we're trying to get folks restoration services here in Larimer County, so that it happens quicker, so that we can figure out what the right thing to do with that case is, and when appropriate, make sure that that person's getting those services out of custody, so that we're not just warehousing these folks with severe mental health issues until that the state gets its act together. And then we're bringing on a veterans court, hopefully sometime this fall. Those pieces are quickly falling into place, and so we're really excited to be able to provide those services to our veteran community. Collaborative task forces, I mentioned our Northern Colorado Drug Task Force a little bit. Last year, they seized 78,000 dosage units of fentanyl, a dosage unit being equivalent to a pill. That's potentially 78,000 lethal doses just here in Larimer County. We certainly suffer a little bit because we're on a major transit route. A lot of drugs come up from Denver from the border, come to Denver from the border, and then come up our interstate up into all of our northern states. So fentanyl is unfortunately very readily accessible in Larimer County. It's very cheap in Larimer County, and that leads to a problem. And then we have an economic crime task force where we have had a lot of success getting some big restitution amounts for individuals, for nonprofits. One I listed there is a case that got a lot of press about the Never Summer Yurts that were up on Cameron Pass that straddled both my counties and my judicial district, where we got a pretty significant restitution verdict. We're bringing on a domestic violence team this year. That's gonna start in a couple months. We're very excited about that. Domestic violence is one of those crimes you do not hear a lot about because it often happens behind closed doors. That's where perpetrators are choosing to commit this crime, where there aren't witnesses, where there aren't people reporting on it. But it happens in Larimer County like it does everywhere else. We're bringing on a deputy district attorney, an investigator, and a victim advocate to focus specifically on high-risk domestic violence cases, so that hopefully we are intervening before those cases get more serious, before they get lethal, before folks are further victimized in our community. This is Victim Rights Week this week. You all might have seen some news about that. I'm wearing my purple tie and my purple ribbon, not just because that's my favorite color, as I've been joking with folks today, but because purple is domestic violence awareness color. That's today's color. Every day this week has a color. I'd invite y'all, but also everyone here listening, to our event on Thursday night. It's going to be in Fort Collins at the Lincoln Center from 5:30 to 8, and it's a victim recognition event. There's going to be all sorts of nonprofit partners we have tabling there about the services they have, victim advocates from the DA's office, from law enforcement agencies, all there partnering and showing support. But then most importantly, we're going to have several victims telling their stories about the trauma that they have endured and the help they have gotten from our county. The theme this year is how we can help. And so it's encouraging everyone to sort of recognize the struggles that victims go through, the bravery they have coming forward. The event last year was incredibly powerful, and it takes a lot of bravery to tell a story in front of a room like that, so I think it's gonna be a great event. Just to give you a sort of a sense of some of the excellent staff we have, we had a bunch of award winners this year. Our victim witness manager won the Conrad Ball Award, which is a Larimer County award for someone that's made the biggest contribution to criminal justice throughout the county for that year. We had our attorney who's been one of the leads in prosecuting those fentanyl distribution causing death cases and really helped create a statewide model of prosecution for that. She won the let me get the acronym right, Drug Investigator Association Prosecutor of the Year, so we were very proud of that. And then our Chief Deputy in County Court, who's also worked hard on that competency docket and other things, won Prosecutor of the Year from the Colorado District Attorney's Council. That's out of more than 800 prosecutors throughout the state of Colorado, so that was quite an honor. We just held our 4th warrant clearance event. Last week, time is flying, it was probably about a month ago, but in Loveland at the Peridot building for the county. The warrant clearance event is an opportunity for folks with low-level warrants to come in and get back in the fold of the criminal justice system. So we're clearing the warrant, but the case remains active, and so folks are getting back in the fold with drug treatment, with drug testing, with paying restitution that they were otherwise neglecting because they were afraid to turn themselves in because that one night, 2 nights in jail could have prevented them, they would have lost their job, lose housing, not be able to take care of their kids. And so these are folks that want to take accountability but are prevented from doing so. Just at that event a couple of weeks ago, we cleared 78 warrants for people in Larimer County, so it was very successful in getting those folks back on track. And then just some legislation we've been working on. I know auto thefts have been a big cause of concern for a lot of folks in our community. Last year, we were probably on the precipice of getting that law changed. It's since been changed. That makes all auto theft a felony, so you might have remembered me mentioning that last year. Our numbers of auto theft in Larimer County are still very low compared to statewide numbers. That being said, that's a huge imposition in folks' lives, and so we're trying to take a harder tact on those, and now that there are felonies, we're able to do that. We also did some strengthening of indecent exposure laws, making indecent exposure in front of a minor a felony. It's sort of people were usually floored and literally fell over when I told them that was a misdemeanor. So we were able to get that corrected last year. And we're doing a bunch of things this year, including a bill that I'm actually going down on Thursday to testify on that is hopefully holding social media companies accountable for the prevalence of gun sales, drug sales, and other illegal activity going on in some of these platforms. If you look at juvenile violence in Larimer County, kids are exchanging firearms on social media. If you're looking at fentanyl sales, that is now happening on social media. Social media is the street corner of our society, for better or worse, and in law enforcement, we usually see the worst. And so we're hoping to make social media companies accountable for some of that behavior and make them actually respond to us in law enforcement when we submit warrants to try to investigate these cases. So I think that'll be a great change. I try to bring all the town councils and boards cases and notes that happened in their community throughout the last year. There were not a lot of big cases in Berthoud throughout this last year, but one of note is the Robert Johnson case. That was a case in which law enforcement received a call about a disturbance of strangulation. The suspect was armed with a firearm. This was from back in February. That suspect is facing current charges from our office, including attempted murder in the first degree, assault in the first degree by way of strangulation, and felony menacing with a weapon. So a whole slew of very serious charges. That case is still ongoing, and the court has actually ordered a competency evaluation, which again means there needs to be an evaluation to see if that person is fit to stand trial and we're actually able to prosecute them. But that is a case we're currently pursuing. He is currently held in custody on a large cash bond. Given the severity of this case, that is not someone, like I formerly mentioned, would be undergoing competency services out of custody if we can prevent that. I would normally love to give you all more information about that. I cannot because that is an open case as it's marked here on this PowerPoint, but I'll say out loud too, these charges are an allegation because he is presumed innocent until we prove him guilty, but that's a case we're taking very seriously. This is the total case filings. I usually try to provide the town councils and boards their specific filings with our office. I can't do that for y'all because we can't sort out Berthoud from the overall sheriff's office pictures. So these are overall sheriff's office numbers, not town of Berthoud, but just trying to sort of show people the history and where it stands. Our data goes back to 2017, and so you can see those numbers. They match up rather closely with our overall numbers in terms of felonies, have trended down a little bit, misdemeanors a little less so. This next slide, I know it's probably pretty hard to see there, is showing types of crime that's happening in from those sheriff's office filings. That is unfortunately probably hard to see. So I won't go through all that with you. Again, some of this information is on our website.
Just real quick,
Yeah, please.
it's positive in that the numbers are steady, but our population has increased, right? So it's actually per capita, it's less.
Larimer County wide?
You're right, is that the case?
Yes, that is true. Certainly Larimer County population has increased a lot since 2017. I don't have the actual number in terms of like what the population in the sheriff's patrolled area would be. That might be a question I can get from them though, so I can provide that next time. But yes, to your point, that's true. And I apologize, this says Windsor, I just had not updated that from my last board
Shame on you
presentation a
for
couple
customizing your
weeks
slide
ago.
deck.
But the graphs, I did change the graphs, I know for a fact, so the graphs are accurate, the title is not, so this is and you can see those subtitles, so on the left there is the whole 8th Judicial District filed by cases, and on the right there is the sheriff's office cases. So you can see that's pretty in line with our overall percentages. There's a few less traffic cases and a few more persons cases in the sheriff's territory. That's largely a fact, I think, of policing urban versus rural areas. Some of those numbers are just naturally gonna look a little bit different. But just to sort of give you an understanding of the types of crimes that end up coming to us at the DA's office, which is of course not all crimes. You know, we're talking about traffic safety and so forth, right? There's plenty of things that accidents that happen that of course aren't criminal, or there's not enough evidence to be criminal, or for even in a crash, right? There can be a criminal element, but the suspect is deceased. So it does not necessarily incorporate everything that an agency is looking at, but everything that we are. Time to felony resolution is probably I talked to y'all about last year a little bit. This is one of the things we learned when we created this public data dashboard, is that statewide the time to resolve a case had just grown exponentially. And so all the judicial districts, ourselves included, that were part of this data project said, oh boy, we gotta solve this. When a case takes longer, that means a victim is having to go through the criminal justice system for longer and not seeing that justice. And it is a very traumatic process for a victim to go through in the criminal justice system. It means the defendant is on pretrial or in custody, but not being held accountable and not actually being given those resources that are hopefully gonna get them back on track, or that penalty if that's a more serious crime that they need to face. And it's just a waste of resources, right? We're all taxpayers here, we're a taxpayer-funded agency, and we wanna be smart about that. So since we launched the data project, that was right at that peak, and the numbers have steadily decreased quite a bit. We got down to pre-COVID numbers last quarter. Unfortunately, our public defender's office had a data breach, and so they continued all their cases for about a 6-week period of time, and so now we've shot back up. But given the tactics we've instituted, we're confident we're gonna be able to recover from that and continue getting this resolution number down. So that's the update on that. And then this is the last slide. This is just contact information, not just for you all, but for everyone watching here and online. We encourage folks to get a hold of us to ask questions, to make sure that we're a resource to everyone else in the community. I'm happy to give any of you my email and cell phone number if you'd ever want to reach out personally. And with that, I thank you for your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Before the trustees have any questions, I just wanted to thank you again. It's just incredible. This never happens that a high-level official not only comes out, but in person, by yourself, with customized decks, and your outreach is just incredible. So thank you for everything you've been doing. And even the updates from last year, which I thought were great. It's just, you guys keep on kicking butt, so thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
I had a quick question though. We do kind of a meeting with the chiefs. Is it possible to have someone from your office kind of come to one of these? They're an hour long and maybe give a more thorough update on, say, the dashboard? Are
Yeah.
those type of things possible?
Yeah, and I'm happy to coordinate with whatever law enforcement presentations y'all are having and go through some of that data. Again, our Berthoud specific data sort of doesn't really exist because it's just, we can filter by law enforcement agency but not by town.
Okay.
So from that data, I'm sure you already get good data from the sheriff's office about what's occurring within the confines of Berthoud. But looking on the other end, right, what's happening with filings and sentencings and recidivism and all those types of things, those are DA questions, and I'm happy to get y'all, the information that we have on that.
That'd be great. Yeah, it's a great forum because it crosses over all of our special districts and the municipalities. So, and you are looking over all of that, so it would be perfect to have someone from your office to kind of give an update. That's my only, thank you. Trustee, or Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I would like to second Mayor Carspek's comments, like, I really appreciate the outreach and information. I think this is helpful for not only us, but our citizens. So I really appreciate that. I did have one question though. Talking about mental evaluations for charged individuals, what's the turnaround time on that?
The state hospital, if someone ends up having to go to the state hospital, I don't have the exact time because it fluctuates a lot, but it is, months on months on months. I've often seen, evaluations take 6-9 months easily, if not quite a bit longer. And so, they sort of give people these tiers and they say, if you're tier 1, we'll get you in an X amount of months. If you're tier 2, it could be the better part of a year before we get an evaluation back. That's incredibly harmful for a lot of reasons. Again, I talked about victims enduring the criminal justice system. Usually we're seeing victims on one of the worst days of their lives. And every time they're having to come into the courthouse, every time one of our victim advocates is having a call to say the case has been set over and delayed once again, waiting for a competency evaluation, that is a really tough thing for victims to hear. And so trying to get those numbers down and trying to resolve these cases in a more efficient way is incredibly helpful and beneficial to everyone involved, defendants included, of course. And so the competency docket we have, and this is, there's judges involved, public defenders involved, other Larimer County agencies, as well as nonprofits that are sort of providing really these wraparound services to try to see what we can do. The unfortunate thing is once in a while there are folks that don't get restored to competency and we can't prosecute. And we want to make sure they're safe in the community, even if we can't, from the DA's office, prosecute them. And so this court is also helping to ensure that folks aren't just leaving the jail or leaving the courthouse out on the street with no resources to commit those crimes again, that even if we can't prosecute them, we're making sure that there are some stability factors so that there's hopefully an element of community safety.
Thank you.
Any questions? One question.
Trustee Wing.
On your pie chart on the crimes,
Yep.
those were self-explanatory, but what's property? Is that vandalism? What is that?
Yeah,
What's an
property-
example of that or a definition?
Yeah, it's theft, criminal mischief. Usually vandalism would probably be criminal mischief. So it's often theft and criminal mischief are the big parts of that. There's also other crimes in there like false info to pawnbroker, or robbery, burglary, like burglary of a building where there's no people involved. That would also be a property crime.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your time, coming all the way out here
Yeah,
tonight.
thank you all so much. Have a great evening. And congrats to all the newly sworn in folks.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can move on to item number 4 here, which is the adoption of our National Electric Code. And this is just an introduction, and this is by our Community Development Director, Ann Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Carspekk and members of the Town Board of Trustees. So this evening, we are going to walk through the adoption of the National Electrical Code. And is it function?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. So this is a little different than a normal land use hearing. Staff will give, for those in the audience, staff will give the presentation. You can take comment if you wish, and then discussion and vote. Just to give you some background, so on August 1st, 2023, the state adopted the 2023 National Electrical Code. And every municipality and every county is required within then the following year that we also have to adopt. We have to adopt before August 1st, 2024. but we are going to adopt by July 1st, 2024. In late February 2024, we did publish notice on the town's building permit or building division website. And then on March 4, we had something very exciting. This was our second B4 event, and B4 stands for Berthoud Builder Breakfast Burrito event, where we have the builders come in early in the morning, and anybody who's a licensed contractor with the town. We invited 450 licensed, certified electrical contractors to come on in, and Jonathan Giesek with the with ProCode. He and his team led the electrical contractors in attendance through what those changes were. Lots of great dialogue and discussion. 12 did attend out of that 450, and that's 12. That's great. It was published in the paper on March 23rd, April 25th, and it will be published again on May 3rd that these changes are taking place. And I would like to introduce John Giesek, Jonathan Giesek. He is the president of ProCode, and they provide our building official services. And he's just gonna give an overview of the changes that you can expect. And then we will have another hearing, and at that public hearing, we'll go over any changes that happen from today until the next time. So John.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for coming in.
Congratulations. So we do have a PowerPoint of the changes. Basically, what the ordinance is that we're just adopting the 2023 edition of the electrical code from the state. Excuse me, I wasn't quite prepared to do.
Are you fine?
Changes, so let me try to pull those up here real quick.
While we're looking, so was this posted as an introduction? So it probably wouldn't make sense then to take, we're not taking action tonight.
It's not, yeah, the expectation is that you would not take action tonight. What was that? Except to set the hearing for the.
Okay, May, okay.
And then while John's looking for something, that's okay. In your packets, there's also an explanation sheet that John did put together on the cost differences in adopting this code, just so that you're able to see it's not a great difference. And then what you can see on your screen right now is how the introduction to that portion of the municipal code will read. So we're not taking away the EV charging or anything like that, we're just referencing the new code. So it's all pretty straightforward and information. I know that there is a change to outlets required in your kitchen islands because I paid attention.
You did.
I did, yeah. So,
yeah, there's a couple hundred changes. Most of them are dealing with definitions. Some are dealing with restructuring of the code to make it read a little bit better. We probably have about 25 different changes that are going to affect our builders and developers that are developing now. So I do apologize.
No, it's fine, it happens with any presentation. If we can't pull it up here, maybe you could highlight those changes, since we're just setting a hearing date tonight. We can obviously, yeah, take your time too, I'm not trying to say, we gotta move on, so. There's no rush.
So a couple of the changes, just off the top of my head, there's on counter in kitchens for residential properties. They're no longer required to install receptacles on those kitchen islands. The code went away from doing that because on the design aspect, no one knew where to put them. So in return, that's gonna save the contractors money. We did supply a new article that allows a contractor to install a smaller gauge wire. So currently there's a 14 gauge wire and a 12 gauge wire that could be installed. Now that LED lighting has come into play, they have reduced that to a number 16 and a 10 amp breaker, so another cost savings. They have increased the amount of GFCI receptacles that are going to have to be supplied in residential settings. That's kind of standard for the electrical code. When they brought out GFCIs, they've started putting them in more and more locations. GFCI requirements for outdoor equipment is part of the new codes that are going to be installed. We also monitor the codes as they come out, so when they bring in new technologies, that's one of the reasons why we adopt it 1 year after the state adopts it, is because, for instance, last code adoption for the 2020 requirements for air conditioning GFCIs were required, but the manufacturer of the GFCIs wasn't quite ready with their technology. So the state actually rolled that back, so it gave the contractor time and for us the time and for the economy to adapt naturally before we go out there and start enforcing the code. Basements are required to have GFCI protection and arc fault protection throughout the entire basement. So those are the major code upgrades for what we're going to see. There's quite a few, but a lot of them deal with the commercial aspect, and they're just very minor changes. So there's a cost analysis within that report, and it goes over what the estimated cost difference is going to be for. They spec out 4 different buildings in this analysis. And if you can see it, they give you 4 different houses, and then on the table number 3, it lists the major code sections, and these are the ones that we've kind of just went over for GFCIs, receptacles and kitchen peninsulas, and it gives you shows you either a reduction in that code article by having it adopted, or it shows you the increase in the cost. So if you look at the worst case scenario for a new single family dwelling, it's going to be around a $657 estimated increase in cost for new construction. We have shown you some information on commercial buildings. So average square footage of 19,500 square feet. So just showing you a little bit of different, the cost is quite a bit more for a commercial, $9,000, $11,000 dollars, and so it just depends on kind of what they're installing, what the manufacturer is doing, what the electrical contractor is doing for those instances. And then again on commercial properties, engineers can go in there and doing a cost analysis on their own and reduce certain items. So that's basically the overview of what we had. I apologize, my code changes didn't pop up, but
It's okay. Any questions, trustees, for Jonathan or trustee Murphy?
Generally, the NEC is not kind of something I pay attention to, but I looked at the changes and I was particularly struck by the 10 amp service, which, if I'm correct, is allowing aluminum wire as well now?
no, it's not. It's an aluminum clad wiring, so it's a mix of the copper.
Okay.
So again, the industry, they try to manage costs, and then look at what's available as far as materials that conductors can be made out of. So aluminum conductors in the past, back in the 1970s and 80s, they're a bad deal. They just break really easy. They're very soft material, and so they went to copper. The copper is a lot more expensive, and now the industry has come up with a copper-clad aluminum, which is basically a mixed metal to save cost on that. So it's not a true aluminum product. It's actually mixed metal that they're gonna be using, so it's stronger than aluminum is.
Okay, that helps. And did you receive any feedback from the electricians? Yeah. I mean, pertaining to, I guess, maybe the 10 amp in particular.
No one had any, I don't know that they'll install it that way. It usually takes electricians quite a few years to try something new, it's just kind of how they're built. I would think it would be a good idea. It reduces, at least the 10 amp breaker, the smaller wire, but then you're stuck with LEDs. You can't go back to incandescents, but the way that legislation's going, they're kind of getting rid of the incandescent bulb, so.
Just one more thing. I wanna thank you guys for doing the outreach because I've noticed it and I think, making our building professionals aware of what's coming is really key, so thank you.
That's a lot of Ann. She's a great communicator, great partner to have, and we enjoy working with her, so. She's very organized and yeah, I can't say enough.
They're bringing us burritos now.
No, it's mutual. We couldn't do what we're doing without ProCode, so thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, if no more questions, I'll open it up to the audience. Oh, okay, at this time, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to this? Seeing none? Oh, sir, please come to the front.
Is this all new, just new construction?
You'll need to come to the front. It's a hearing, so state your name and address again, please.
Scott Canby, 1921 Bunview Court.
Thank you very much.
Does this just apply to new construction, or is it retroactive, or to resales, or do you know?
Mayor Karsbeck. So any new building permit, whether it be somebody wanting to redo their basement, that work area would have to be up to the current code, but it wouldn't be you're wanting to add an outlet outside and congratulations, now you have to redo your whole house. It's just for what is changing.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? All right, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for deliberation. Our ordinance tonight is to set the date. How do we all feel about this? We want to pursue? Sounds like we do. If so, I believe the ordinance is 1336, is that correct? Yes. Would anyone, any trustee would like to move on 1336?
I'll make the motion. I'll move to set a public hearing to consider the adoption of the National Electric Code on May 14th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as practicable.
Excellent, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, trustee Albrecht has moved on the second item. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Or Jonathan, thank you very much too. So we have one, nope, that's it for that one, right? Move on now to Heron Lake's 17th filing. This is a change of, this is also a public hearing. And again, we have our Community Development Director, Ann Johnson.
Alright, Mayor Karsbeck, members of the Board of Trustees. So this is a public hearing, this is a little bit different than what we just did. During the land use planning process, this is mainly for members of the audience that aren't familiar with that process. Staff does meet with the applicant several times. We talk about what that process is, any hiccups along that process. Let's say there might be a drainage issue, and then our engineering team can alert the applicant of any hurdles that they may have to overcome. The applicant then prepares the application materials. Application is submitted, it's sent out to referral agencies, it's checked for completeness, staff review and comments, and oftentimes that review and comment period can take several cycles. And then once it is determined that that application is ready to come before the Planning Commission, ready to come before the Board of Trustees, then we do schedule the meeting, we publish them, they're posted on the property with really big signs, and then we send notice out to surrounding property owners. So tonight, this is a public meeting, it's for a change of zone. Staff will give a presentation, the applicant will give a presentation, then there will be that public hearing and then deliberation and discussion amongst you all and your vote. So then after this happens, if there are any conditions of approval, executing any documents, recording documents, and then we do records management. So again, this evening, staff's presentation, the applicant's presentation, a public hearing, and then discussion and vote. So I am gonna turn this over to Lauren Richardson. She's a planner with Baseline, and she has been helping the town for over a year during the time of transition, and this is a project that she has been working on. So Lauren.
Welcome.
Thanks, Anne.
The surveyor called you a town planner, so we hired someone new, okay, with Baseline.
That's right. Good evening, board members. Tonight, like Ann mentioned, I will present Heron Lake's 17th filing rezone. The applicant is here, represented by Jim Birdsall, and he is here to give a presentation. The property is located west of Berthoud Parkway and south of County Road 14. The current zoning for Area 1 is R2, or limited multifamily residential. It's approximately 0.658 acres. The applicant is requesting that the rezone for Area 1 go from R2 to Ag. Area 2 is currently zoned Ag and is about 0.659 acres. The applicant requests for that area to be rezoned from Ag to R2. The applicant is requesting minor adjustments to the interface between R2 and Ag zoning to reflect the final design and locations of the rear lot lines next to the golf course tract. I do want to mention that Heron Lake's 17th filing does have a final plat component. Currently, that is still in review. Tonight, we're only going to talk about the rezone of those two little areas. All right. Here's a parcel map. You can see the little blue sliver. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Okay. So we've got existing surrounding zoning, and you can see, well, actually I didn't highlight the area right there, but north of the site is zoned R2, same with the south and the east, and then west is the Ag, or the golf course tract. The future land use map shows Area 1 as suburban residential and Area 2 as Ag. This switch to ensure all residential lot lines are within the R2 zone district and all functioning golf course land is Ag. This is the proposed zoning map. As you can see, Area 1 in green is proposed to be Ag, and the sliver beneath Area 2 would be proposed as R2. All right. So the review criteria for the amendment to the official zoning map can be found at section 30-3-110D. For the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development for the town and zoning map shall not be amended except for 5 criteria. And I won't read those, but they are on the slide that you can see right there. So for the first criteria, staff is not aware of any error, so no. 2, the development has experienced minor changes in the rear lot lines adjacent to the golf course. The rezone is in order to make sure that all residential lot lines are zoned R2 and the golf course land is zoned Ag. 3, staff found that the property was not zoned in error, and staff is not aware of any existing inconsistencies with the comp plan. 4, the proposed rezone is consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. The proposed rezone map is slightly different than the current land use map, but the proposed map is basically shifting 0.659 acres from Ag to R2 and vice versa. The switch is to ensure all residential lot lines are within R2 and all functioning golf course land is zoned Ag. And number 5, the zoning adjustment will ensure that the lot lines and golf tracks are completely located within the proper taxing districts. All right. This is a slide that was directly from the planning meeting on April 11th, where the planning commission did recommend approval of, I believe it's ordinance number 1337. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Staff
you.
is available for any questions. I'll put the review criteria back up for you.
Thank you very much. Questions? We also have the applicant too, right? Yes, Mr. Birdsall, thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, but is it all right if we have Mr. Birdsall go first and then we can?
Do you want to do it or do I do it?
You advance, so we can do the
Sorry.
presentation.
Thanks, Jim Birdsall, 2435 Heron Lake Parkway. I don't have a lot to add other than just a little bit of history. I believe this is the third time that we've been in front of this board to do this same task, which is to do minor amendments to the boundaries between the golf course and the adjacent development as we do final engineering on said adjacent development. This project, the 17th filing, was in front of both Planning Commission and this board in the past months. So you guys have already had a chance to see and review and approve the preliminary plat. What we're proposing tonight is exactly consistent with that preliminary plat, leading towards us being in front of Planning Commission here in the coming weeks with our final plat. I'm happy to address any questions you might have. We consider this to be a relatively minor cleanup. I also might note that the acreage is just totally a coincidence. There's no reason that it's almost exactly the same, like to the nearest tenth of a square foot, but it's just a coincidence. But that's exactly what we're doing, is basically amending the boundaries to be consistent with the plat.
Great,
So
thank you.
happy to address any questions you might have.
Questions for the applicant?
Nope, he answered. I was just curious what the status was of the overall filing, but
Trustee Wing?
So, Mr. Birdsall, on area 2 that it shows in our information, it says the Berthoud Heritage Metro District owns the golf course, and I wonder, should that technically say District 9? Should we get to that level, or is it District 9?
It is District 9.
And is it historically, have we just lumped all 17 districts into one word, or do we usually get specific on what district it is?
It's a good point. It hasn't really come up as a question from the town board in the past, and I know you live there and are a member of the Metro District Board for District 2. So in the future, we can certainly clarify which district that parcel might be in. But in the past, again, I think this board has looked at it as if it's Metro District property, it just kind of gets lumped together.
Thank you.
It's a fair point.
Other questions for the applicant or for staff? Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll open it up, open the public hearing, excuse me. Do you have anyone signed up, clerk? Okay, if there's anyone in the audience tonight that wishes to speak to this but did not sign up. Sure, if you could come to the front again and state your name and address, thank you.
Brian Lack, 706 7th Street. Kind of beating the same drum as I have been for a while here. Not so much about what's happening tonight, but just some good general, just some thoughts. One of the people that wrote to Larry Clark, the lawyer, I guess, in your packet, there's a series of letters of citizens who wrote in, and the question was, rezoning from Ag 2 to R2, limited multifamily to clean up edges and new lots. That's in addition to 132 single-family lots, blah, blah, blah. So the question was, what's going on here? And the answer was the zone district would allow, quote unquote, for higher density. However, the intent of the developer is only for 132 single-family homes. And I'm not sure if this really pertains tonight, but once something is approved, intent doesn't matter. It's a legal issue now. It's zoned however you zoned it. And if that builder sells it to someone else, intent doesn't matter, they can do whatever they want. So, like I said, that was a pretty neat question that this gentleman had. Could be good in the future. One of the other letters that was sent in by Daniel and Elizabeth James, and he had a lot of great points. And it kind of comes back to, you guys are gonna get tired of me, I know it if you're not already, but this gentleman goes on to say, I want to go on the record as a homeowner at 3260 Heron Lakes Parkway, that my wife and I are 100% against this development as currently proposed. And I just automatically zoomed in on what this guy was saying. We're drastically lacking in trails in Heron Lakes. The trails are totally inadequate and not what was represented to us when we purchased our Toll Brothers home. So I'm just using this opportunity again to kind of say, hey, you guys, what's going on with our trails out at Heron Lakes? Why can't we get striped pedestrian ways on our regional trail like we have on 4th Street? They've built their homes, they've built their roads, they've built their gatehouse, and they haven't built our trails. And I think we all just need to tap the brakes here a little and do a big regroup on what's happening out there and make it the regional hub that it's supposed to be. Because right now it's not. So, you know, and this guy's got a lot of other interesting points besides the park space.
So I don't,
Oh, my 3 minutes are up.
Yes, thank you
Okay,
very much.
you guys know where I'm coming from. Thank you
Appreciate
very
your
much.
is there anyone else? Mr. Rupp?
Rick Rupp, 534 Fifth Street, basically the same thing as I talked before, and it is on trails again. My question, I have more of a question than I have an input. And if you approve this, because it's up close to 14, which once again, I'm trying to figure out how to get through here on lakes and not go on sidewalks where vehicles are already over the sidewalks. If you approve this, will this benefit us that want to try and commute through safely? So it's a question. Will there be a 10-foot wide easement through there for people that want to get to Road 14? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Clerk, is there anyone online?
There is not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for speaking up. This time I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the board for deliberation. I wanted to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the public input. Mr. Rupp mentioned in the public invited to be heard about a conflict that he saw with some bikers at the roundabout coming from the north, I understand. I live there, I've been through that roundabout countless times. I have seen a lot of pedestrian sort of confusion, so I understand his point. I haven't seen that particular circumstance, and I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. I understand how it could. But especially coming from the east, there's no sidewalk connections from Prairie Star or any of the neighborhoods to the northeast to the roundabout. So you see people walking literally in the traffic lanes coming from that direction, and then crossing that roundabout is awkward, admittedly. So first I've heard about the bike traffic coming from the north, so we'll look at that. I think it should be mentioned that a future phase of ours, which you would call the 19th filing, is responsible for widening Berthoud Parkway and widening a portion of the roundabout. Prairie Star on their side is responsible for widening the northbound lanes of Berthoud Parkway and widening the other portion of the roundabout. So the roundabout eventually will be 2 lanes all the way around, 2 lanes in each direction, 2 lanes going north, 2 lanes going south. There'll also be part of the 19th filing, the trail connection that was mentioned along the frontage of the 19th filing, which is the west side of Berthoud Parkway, and then a trail on the north side of Grand Market as well, which will greatly improve the pedestrian connectivity. The comments about, that Heron Lakes hasn't built the trails, that's just not accurate in the sense that our trail plan is phased. We have 8.7 miles of trails that are part of our master plan. We built every portion of trail that we're responsible for phase by phase, and we will continue to do that. 17th filing, which is the filing that's in front of you tonight for zoning, has a significant portion of the Colorado Front Range Trail that goes through the 17th filing. So about half mile of the Colorado Front Range Trail, which is off-street, 10 feet wide, surrounded by landscape on both sides, will be part of the 17th filing. It doesn't connect you all the way down to the clubhouse. There's a gap, which is the 19th filing, which will be our next phase. So again, we're building the trails on a phase-by-phase basis as we're finalizing our engineering and finalizing our designs. So the addition of the 17th filing will be a great addition to the trails in that region. I do think that it would be great to work with the town on connectivity going south. There's a gap, as probably most of you know, going from the Berthoud Parkway 287 intersection going south to where the Vantage Trail picks up. And I know the Richardson property is in there, there's some sidewalk in front of Hammond, but there's some gaps in between. I know, for example, on the 17th filing, one of the conditions that we worked on with Planning Commission and this board was to make a connection between Heron Point and Heron Lakes along County Road 14. So that way Heron Point now has a connection to the Colorado Front Range Trail on a sidewalk that's off the street. So we're more than happy to work with the town on interim improvements. We did some interim trail that wasn't part of the original plan, going from the clubhouse south to County Road 10E. So we're more than happy to participate and just need to kind of work with staff to figure out how's the best way to do those connections, so.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
One question on that?
Yeah, I think we can do that, right? With comment, Renee?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
okay.
fine as part of your deliberation, just to clarify.
This might be the Department of Transportation, but on that roundabout, when it does go 2 lanes, which I think you know is sorely needed right now, do you know, would that have a bike lane going around the 2 lanes?
No, typically the roundabouts as they're designed, they typically have the bike lane exit the roadway and go onto the sidewalk system to go through the roundabout. So that because it's confusing enough anyway, because you're looking left for traffic and then right for pedestrians or bikes. And so that's how I understand that roundabout is to be designed, is that, and it's fairly typical roundabout design where the bike traffic actually, there's a little sort of an off-ramp that takes you off of the travel lane onto the sidewalk to get through the roundabout and then puts you back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, you had one too?
Yeah, just a
Okay.
comment, yeah. I mean, one idea to consider, I want to first just appreciate the persistence from, repeatedly bringing up this pedestrian safety and Mr. Brazell for your comments on your trail commitments. I mean, I'm looking at the trail master plan right now, and I think there are existing trails where just to kind of solve this safety issue, we could put up additional signage if it's truly like folks trying to get to the new commercial area. It looks like you could go through, is it Heron Point across 10E and just stay then on the west side and the north side and never even bother with the roundabout. But I don't think people would know to take that path without signage that says, I see you're shaking your head, so I wanna hear what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying.
do think there are some legitimate gaps.
I just mean in the interim, like a sign is inexpensive and could potentially, until we get additional biking infrastructure put in place through the roundabout, so.
For clarity for everybody,
Yeah.
the portion of the map that's being rezoned tonight is not like a trail corridor, it's not a development, it's a lot line, it's a zoning cleanup along lot lines, so while I think this is all important discussion, it's not related to the item on the agenda tonight.
No, I appreciate the reminder, but yeah, just it's repeatedly come up, so.
For sure.
wanted to try to address it to some
Apologies.
degree.
It's all good, just a reminder.
Any
We just saw
questions
another
regarding this
change.
rezoning? Sorry, any questions regarding this rezoning? Or
There will be lots of other opportunities. There will be future development plans coming before you that address all of these issues.
Okay, well, yeah, we got issues, clear issues, but yeah, to keep on this topic tonight, we're not forgetting about those. Do we have anything for the applicant while he's up here regarding this rezoning or this cleanup? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, bring it to the board for deliberation. Is everyone feeling generally supportive? I feel like it is kind of a house cleaning on this one. Do you wanna make, I thought you had a great point about, why not specify District 9?
Right.
I don't think that hurts anything. Administrator Kirk, do you?
I don't know that it practically makes a big difference to us. We don't control where it ends up in the metro district. I mean, I think it's okay to reference, but that's ultimately the metro district's decision, like which district it ends up in.
And the word taxing came up, so I think
Yeah.
that's again why it would be good to.
Sure,
Very, very
they're just so
specific on that.
complicated that it doesn't hurt to have that in there. Is that all right with everyone to make that adjustment? And then also that maximum amount of homes, Administrator Kirk, is there a way, if the board wanted to kind of hold the developer to the recommended maximum? Sorry, I'm trying to find
This
it.
won't allow them to increase density without, like, they'll have to go through
Neighborhood
like a
master plan,
full replatting to change lot sizes and lot layouts and all that stuff. So this is, I don't think this has any impact on future density allowances or any of that stuff.
Okay. Okay, anything else, trustees? If not, does anyone like to move with the amendment of specify, yeah, you'd be the perfect person to do it.
I would approve ordinance 1337 with the amendment of being specific on Huron Lakes District 9. In ordinance of the town of Berthoud amending the zoning map of the town of Berthoud to rezone a portion of Huron Lake 17th filing to resident R2 and agricultural districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, trustee Albrecht is second, or trustee Wing has moved, trustee Albrecht is second. Before we vote, Administrator Kirk, does that sound like a pretty good? Just clear, okay. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Sure, let's take it, I could take one too. Let's take a 5-minute break here and then we'll finish up with the last two.
That's what that high school baseball team practices.
Yeah,
Okay.
minutes.
We're all here.
It's not bad.
Call the meeting back to order, and we'll get through our final two agenda items tonight. And we'll start with the Hilltop Broadband right-of-way use agreement, and we have our Economic Development Director, Walt Dealish.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees, my pleasure to be back. Tonight, I'm pleased to present to you an agreement that we worked out with Hilltop Broadband that you directed us to back in December. For those of you, just a real quick recap, we've been working on this on the idea of broadband throughout, or fiber throughout the town for 3.5 years now. We looked at a number of options during the course of that time, one partnering with 3 other communities, one going the public sector route, and this last one being, we were fortunate to have Hilltop Broadband present to us last December or so, a response to RFQ, which indicated that they would be willing to do this in partnership with the town of Berthoud, costing us, the town of Berthoud, no investment upfront, which was appealing to Chris and I both, and were able to work that out. It took some time to work out the agreement with Eric, who's here, and he'll answer any questions you have. But in the packet that you have in front of you, I outlined the highlights, the points of the agreement, and the 3 points they address what you asked us to look at in terms of partnering with the provider. We looked at the provider needed to provide service throughout the town of Berthoud, be competitive with their pricing, and then the town would, in this partnership, would receive some sort of revenue source from this partnership. Hilltop responded back in December, meeting all 3 of those. Since that time, through the negotiations back and forth with the agreement, all 3 are still in place, but the idea of serving all of Berthoud at one time has been amended to some extent. It's on page 3, I think, of the agreement. Have you had a chance to look at it? We're still very confident that Hilltop and Eric will be able to, at some point, provide service throughout the whole town, but things have changed a little bit with Lumen and Comcast coming into town. And that impacts what Eric wants to do. So we think, based on the discussions we've had with Eric, knowing what else is going on within the town with the other providers, this agreement is it's a win-win for both the Berthoud residents, the town of Berthoud, and Hilltop Broadband. And with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you have. Eric is here to answer any other additional questions, and he might want to say a few words as well, but I'm willing to do that.
Thank you. Let's have Eric, if you'd like to come up, and then we can ask questions of both of you when you're done. I should say Mr. Repluski, thank you.
Sure, so I think just to address the changes that you might see on page 3 there regarding the, initially we talked about ubiquitous coverage, and that was a goal that we wanted as well, but what had happened in the meantime since I think the RFQ was drafted and the agreement was worked on, other providers have stepped up to the plate, and it's a competitive field out there, right? And so what we found in our first zone that we did construction in, that Lumen or CenturyLink or Quantum, whatever brand they prefer to operate under in that region, right? Quantum is the brand they're operating specifically under. They built fiber to the premise, and they're being very, very competitive on pricing. So that's good for Berthoud, that's good for the residents. We're gonna compete in those initial zones, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna prioritize the zones that don't have Quantum fiber and build those areas first. And we're still gonna continue to market just through our normal means that we do through all of our digital marketing and social marketing and print marketing, and try to gain that support in those other areas where there might be Quantum fiber. And we still would like to build those. So if we get a certain level of support in those, of pre-signs or people who, go to our website and give us their name and address basically, then we'll be willing to commit to serve those areas. So that's the big change to the agreement. Really, it's good for Berthoud, right? There's more competition, there's options for the residents. That's a good thing for Berthoud overall, and we're still happy to participate and build as much as we can, prioritizing certain zones.
Thank you. Questions for either staff or Mr. Repluski? I have one. We never, I don't think, got this on paper of the competitiveness, but I thought there was an ability to. I understand that Quantum and the others kind of came in pretty quick, But Loveland's low megabit level, it seemed that Hilltops was $20 more.
Sure.
Is
And that's
there
actually
a
covered in the
cost?
exhibit, so we've committed to specific pricing in the exhibit, if you look at the end of the agreement there, to cover that low end range as well.
And it'll be competitive with Pulse?
Correct,
Okay,
yeah,
great.
so that's specific in the agreement, the price commitments we've.
Okay, and it's non-ubiquitous anymore. It seems there's a possibility that Quantum will go into the areas you're already at and undercut you, right?
Well, what we've seen with Quantum is they have old copper lines to maintain as CenturyLink, right? They don't want to maintain those copper lines anymore, so it was possibly less of a strategic move for them to build in these areas and more of a, we have to maintain this plant, we don't wanna put money into the old copper plant, we might as well build fiber on top of this. That's what we've seen. So there's certain areas in town where CenturyLink didn't ever put in phone lines. Heritage Ridge is one of those specifically. So we already have coverage there, and we're gonna cover areas where they don't have that fiber coverage.
Yeah, I generally don't see a downside to this. One thing I did remember though was that you were kind of an all in-house thing. And out front of my house for the last like week or so, they're finally gone, was Teletech. So is there
Sure.
some outsourcing going on here to?
There is, and we're very, very careful with who we're choosing for contractors. We're choosing local companies who have somewhat of a local presence. This one happens to be from Wyoming, but they do have a local office and local presence here. So we're very careful with those contractors. We make sure they operate to the same standards that we do with their in-house construction. And kind of a general example is it's well known that you can hire crews from Texas or somewhere in along the Mississippi corridor that come in for a lot less on a per foot basis. They generally come in, they're the fly-by-night, they leave a big mess behind, and then the residents of the town and we have to deal with that, and that's not who we're hiring.
Okay, well, this was, I don't know if this is the correct venue, but this was a kind of regarding that. I'm not getting fiber at all, you know, I'd love to get it through one day, but just Teletech's installation has been up and down Welch. In fact, we, without talking to this other citizen on Welch, we received an email, Administrator Kirk and I, just about concrete left out, and certainly I can attest to that in my house. And now this ties into it, but my gutter is crushed, and I can't help but believe it was because the excavator that was sitting on it for forever, that wasn't there before that. So I would just be, I know you're careful in who you're talking to.
What we'd like to do, if in any case, for whether it's you or any resident out there, reach out to our office. We've got a system in place where we address those issues on a case-by-case basis. We'll have someone from our office go out in the field and take a look if it was our crews. If it's the contract crew, we make sure that, you know, it gets added to their list. Generally, we're out there visiting that resident within 24 to 48 hours and resolving that within a week, so.
Okay, so this was definitely Teletech, so, and I've cleaned it up, so it won't happen again there, but I would just, going forward with those guys, I think it would be good to write them or keep an eye
We
on
do
them.
have a kind of follow-up inspection process where we actually, two of our staff go through and inspect various parts of their work. So we've seen pretty good quality along the way, but in any construction project, there's gonna be a few things left behind.
Sure, I understand scraps and stuff, but some of it was kind of big, so. Anyway, you know, here and there is just something to think about going forward. Yeah, that's all I have. Any other questions? Awesome, overall, seems like a good deal.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was just we don't need to, yeah, information anyway. No,
Oh, yeah, that's to approve the
Sorry, I was
broadband
getting
right
too-
of way use agreement.
all right, would anyone like to move to approve the right-of-way use agreement?
I will move to approve the right-of-way use agreement between the town of Berthoud and Hilltop Broadband.
Trustee Albrecht has moved on this, trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Albright,
Yes.
trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see years of trying to get this done.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for the town, it's good for Hilltop. We're excited. It's been great to work with the staff on the project so far.
Awesome, good to hear. We can move on to our final agenda item tonight, and this is a informational item, and this is about our Downtown Development Authority. I think we also have some folks in the crowd that have been active in the process as well. Welcome back, Walt.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees, just real quick update, late last summer, I think it was, we were before you with the idea of, to get your input on whether we all thought, moving forward with the possibility of the businesses creating a downtown development authority in Berthoud was a good idea. First brought that to you all thought it was a good idea, staff began to proceed, we had a number of meetings with businesses last fall to see if there was general interest in moving forward with the idea. Because ultimately, it's not the town that creates the Downtown Development Authority, it's the property owners and the businesses within the proposed district. Now, the town board does have some say-so and some control if the DDA moves forward, in that you ultimately will appoint the board of directors and you also approve their budget, annual budget. So those are the two big decisions, assuming if the DDA moves forward, that you will make as trustees each year. So we had a number of meetings. There seemed to be interest in moving the idea forward. Around Christmas time, right after the New Year's, I, along with a number of businesses, decided to create a working group. Not a committee, just a working group of 7 businesses who had interest in pursuing this further to see if there was really interest. They're not saying we think we want to go forward, this is the best idea since whatever. They have questions, they had questions, there's still questions, but they have interest in moving it forward in terms of discussion. So here this evening, we have Whitney and Steve Byers, Whitney Way. They're part of the working group, and they're gonna complete the presentation and give you an update on where the DDA discussion is.
Excellent, thank you very much. Welcome.
Hello. Do I
Thanks
need to
for
state
coming
my address?
No, you're
Provide my
you're
social?
presenter, so you don't have to. It's a small town, I think we all know anyway.
Bank routing numbers,
My name is Whitney Way with City Star Brewing. Thanks for having us tonight and congrats new board members.
Yeah, Steve Byers, Energy Logic.
Yeah.
Okay, so informal presentation tonight, really just want to inform, what we've done so far, where we are, what we think is next. So as Walt said, we're part of a working group. There's several other people on the working group, all business owners, property owners in the district. And in your packet, there is a updated map. There's one document that I want to point out has a map that you should not look at. It's just dated is all.
It's called
We'll definitely look at that one.
It's called the Plan of Development, so it's a
Yeah.
template that the consultant had provided early on, so.
Okay,
Just
yeah,
a
I see it.
template, so
Yeah, so
we
that-
suggest not looking super close at it.
Yeah, it truly is a template. We haven't referenced that. That map is outdated. There's a fresh map in there that you should look at. That is where we currently have the line that's drawn to say, all right, here's what's in and what's out. As you would expect, in doing so, you're trying to draw a line that brings in businesses primarily and doesn't loop in a bunch of residences that are gonna have a different perspective on what it means to be part of a downtown development authority. I think it's important to point out that it's a very long, it's like a bowling alley. It's a really long corridor, and we think that's one of the important points to make is that a lot of what we've seen happen in the town, good stuff over the past, it's been very focused on the core of downtown. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's important to point out this DDA stretches all the way out to 287. I think that's really important. I think Whitney does too, and the rest of us in making that inclusive. So not having downtown, and everyone else, but really seeing, from one roundabout, out to 287, that's all one contiguous, flowing, unified district, if you will. So we've been through a lot of learning, and we got a long way to go in terms of how does it work? How did the election work and all these things? But I'll let Whitney talk a little bit too.
Oh, I just think Walt's been a great liaison.
Yeah, very much.
So we come to him with questions and he asks, he talks to other DDAs, legal. Chris has been gracious enough to chat with us as well. So just trying to wrap our head around a DDA. The timing right now is very important. I don't know how familiar everybody is with the DDA, but there's the tax increment financing before we have that commercial growth in the town properties downtown or west of town. We think it's important to get this established if we are going to do it. So last night we had a town hall meeting, and here are all the residents, commercial, all the property owners, all the residences, and all the businesses in the district were invited. Just trying to gather feedback, allow folks to ask questions, just generate conversation about it. So that was overall a good conversation. We kind of left with a handful of questions. We're at this point where we're at, we really need to hone in on what they call a plan of development. So that's what we need in order to go to our next steps. So July 23rd is kind of a deadline that we have to decide whether, hey, are we gonna try to get this on a November ballot? And it'd just be a ballot within the district. But so that plan of development, it needs to include, what is this DDA going to accomplish? What are some projects, some investments? So get an idea of that. And then, another piece of this is that it's going to require, a DDA would really benefit from support from the town. So, with the support of the board, potentially, with the town potentially supporting the startup phase of the DDA would be huge. So that hasn't all obviously been detailed out, but yeah.
Yeah, because the way the TIF works, it takes a while for anything to be any kind of funding to be generated. And so we don't think right now that, we need a lot, to make it go, because we'll be kind of waiting for the coffer to fill up if it's just the TIF. We've had discussions, back and forth about the wisdom of, putting a mill levy on the ballot as well. I'd say that, we talked about all this last night too. Nothing new. You're not hearing anything new here that wasn't talked about last night.
You guys talked about taxes and you'll have bruises all over your face today.
Yeah, well, and
Business owners, it's incredible.
I mean, we want to be very transparent,
Yeah.
So everybody should know within that district that, say they vote on this and there's a DDA, the DDA could, down the road, 5-10 years, vote to have a 1 to 5 mil levy
Yeah.
imposed on them. So
that's
they need to know that that's a possibility. So full transparency.
Do you want us to wait, or do you want us to ask
No,
questions?
yeah, ask questions. I think that'd be more
Get a
comfortable.
conversation.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys. I think I'll start. Thank you guys very much and for your process throughout the whole thing. I think it's great. You're I don't even wanna call you a small business owner anymore. I think you have around 70 employees, service, and then we have retail here, first floor. I think you guys are both very active and have a lot of history, so that's awesome you're out here tonight. When did this map change? Cause I went to the residential one and I'm looking at this one, I'm not on this map. Did you guys cut me out after I complained enough?
Yeah.
Very specifically.
Yeah.
No,
So
that's gone through several evolutions and
I think it's a good idea. I think that's a good thing.
working with heirs somewhat too.
Yeah, and based on the comments and the feedback we received through the meetings and from other DDAs, one of the things that Whitney and Steve just alluded to, it's the more you can limit the number of residents in the district, the better chance it is gonna be successful with the vote.
Right. After I left that residential one, it was like I was the only one supportive of it. Everyone else was on the fence or no. It was like, so it's great that they're out now.
And the thinking is that some of these residences could be businesses down the road. You see that in some small towns.
Yeah.
But we had a resident last night at the meeting who was very supportive. I mean, he said right there, he's like, I am in support of this. This is great.
I'm
Because-
one of those houses and I am too. I think a lot of people have that problem seeing, once they sell their property or something, or if they want to start a company up there and increase property values too.
Right.
My argument was that, hey, if you're included on this, yeah, you're not losing anything, plus you'll have a seat at the table, potential to be a director.
Right.
If you get out of this, then you're gonna have parking in front of you and you really don't have much of a voice.
And that's the point, the voice is for not just the residents, but the businesses obviously
Yes.
too. Having a more concrete voice in the direction, the development of downtown. Cause that's obviously critical to, especially to retail. It's a little less critical, to a company like mine.
but I care about downtown regardless.
right,
you
right.
know, so.
And
So
then-
with the, just to go over a TIF, this is saying we're not remitting instantly every property tax within the district. This is on future property tax increases or for future value
So,
increases.
yeah,
Right.
reallocation.
That goes back to
Yeah,
the
so-
district instead of the town, so it's not an instant loss of money. It's just kind of, I wouldn't even say forfeiting, but it's relocating, redistributing that increase, okay.
Yeah, it's moving money from one bucket to another, so there's no change there. Now, we've tried to be hyper transparent about everything, and one thing we wanna bring up is one of the, probably, it's the biggest issue for sure, and we've got more things to learn and figure out on it, is the impact on the other special districts.
That was gonna be my next question.
Absolutely, so, you know, fire, library especially, and the other ones as well, we need to understand what it means, you know, we think there's an impact, we're pretty sure there's an impact on their future funding, and so we wanna know what that looks like, so Walt's working with town to get us more numbers, and so instead of guessing at stuff, we need to see, it's going to be estimates, we all know that, but alright, here's an estimate of what it's gonna look like, you know, as it goes forward, and what is the impact on these districts, and then knowing that, sitting down with them and trying to work out, how can we make this work? You know, because none of us have any interest in, you know, damaging, you know, the fire district or the library district.
No, certainly.
But
that's poignant, cause this has been, that was gonna be one of my main questions was our fire chief at the meeting last week was, and I thought, no, this only affects the municipal mill levy. I think Administrator Kirk agrees largely with that. But now I'm hearing that so chief then came to the meeting last night apparently and was saying the same thing. I clarified with someone else that no, it's only the town tax. So I guess I'm kinda confused.
For clarity, the way that the tax increment works is all tax increment generated in the district goes to the district in the future. And that includes tax increment that would normally go to the county or to the school district or to special districts. However, there is a possibility, and we've been saying from the very beginning, I think we've said this in 15 different meetings probably, that our intent or our hope, our expectation would be that any funds generated that would typically go to the special districts, particularly the library district and the fire district, would get remitted back to them.
Yeah.
So it
No,
could be
okay.
done through a tax sharing arrangement or
Right.
I think those
those
are
are the
details.
mechanisms that we need to learn more about.
Yeah, I see this now, okay,
So
cause
conceptually, we
I just
go- that's
definitely
what we're
gave people wrong information over the last 48 hours off of a technicality of some word.
And it
So I
is-
think we need, hold on, I think we need to write that out, cause I think now I see Chief's point. Where if I were him, I'd be hounding on this too until I saw some wording.
Absolutely, and he was there and we heard him and again, so yeah, I think we conceptually have that idea. Now we need to know more about how it really works, the nuts and bolts of what, you know, a remittance like that would, how it would work,
How it
you know,
works.
cause this is not our area of
Yeah.
expertise.
And in our volunteer working group, we do have a member who is on the fire board as well. So that's
Yeah.
been, this has been come up on our last couple meetings, so it's not new, but something we need to know more about. But something that is important to us as well, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And one of the things that we're kind of using is like, well, alright, there's a lot of DDAs around. And certainly some of them have figured some of this out. And we try not to compare ourselves to DDAs that are sort of like, well, okay, yeah, Fort Collins has a very successful DDA. We're not Fort Collins, you know, so, you know, can we look at, and we're looking at other DDAs that are maybe a bit more similar to what Berthoud's size and impact is and how did they deal with this? Cause almost every fire department in the state is in a fire district or 70% or something like that. You know, so this is something that has been addressed by other people, perhaps successfully, perhaps unsuccessfully. Let's go find out, you know, how that's worked, where it's worked well.
Okay, and then is there an opportunity potentially for a sales tax or is that, no, okay, so it's all property tax?
Yeah, DDAs have no
No
sales
sales
tax
tax, okay, I thought, well,
authority that I've seen anywhere.
Okay,
I think there could be a special arrangement with potentially.
potentially.
Yeah, it's potentially, there could be an arrangement between the town and the DDA where the town would agree to emit a portion of that sales tax increment
Okay,
to the DDA
Okay.
to help them offset some of their admin cost.
Okay, that, you said that, okay, this makes sense.
Oh, so that's where that would come from at the end, outset, that's what you're saying.
That's a
okay.
decision
Between
Right.
us.
the board would make, well, yes or no, I mean, it's good, might come before you. Because with the DDA, do you mind?
Please.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure it gets on the record that the DDA on its own has no capacity to is to even put a sales tax on a ballot.
What about a property?
A mill levy, yes,
To the property tax.
and bonding authority, yes, those are the three ways that we could, the DDA can be funded
The
without an
DDA
arrangement.
And it's important to understand that those votes are only among the district members. So like, if you're not in the district as a resident, you don't get to vote. And so if there's a mill levy, and it's important because like, if the district said, hey, we think it's important, we had an additional 5 mills to the levy to support the DDA, the rest of the town can't vote to approve a tax levy on folks inside the district because they don't live in the district, right? So only property owners or those that hold leasehold interest in the district are allowed to vote in the district.
And they're the ones who'd be taxed.
They were the ones
It's
that
only
would,
the
they would
ones
be
in the
voting to
district,
tax themselves.
Right.
We
Yes.
would not, as other Berthoud residents outside of the district, have the ability to impose those taxes
Yeah,
on.
okay.
Or
There's
be
some beauty in
taxed
this.
Or be
by-
taxed,
Yeah.
and no
Yes.
one outside of the district gets taxed in any way, isn't impacted by the district in any way.
Yep.
This is a district formed by the property owners and those that hold lease interest in the
Right.
district boundaries for their benefit, with their control and their votes.
There's some beauty in it being small enough that everyone kind of knows each other and you can have these conversations like last night and people understand tax, this benefits them versus Loveland, which might be too big to have that conversation.
Steve and Winnie have done a great job too, and there's a lot more discussion that's gonna take place with the working group and with all the business owners that
So
need to take place. But
Worst
there-
came to worst, like, I didn't wanna bring this up, but if there was a, DDAs and towns fight, so let's say 50 years from now, we have appointment authority over the directors. But we have no say over, you guys could raise a mill levy. I don't know why would the town would care, but there's a disconnect there, right? That we don't have total power just over the appointments
In the budget,
in the budget.
you approve the
Interesting,
budget.
okay.
And there's some interesting, like it's a 20-year lifespan for a DDA with 10-year renewals. So it's not like a lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's kind of some interesting
Yeah.
lifetime pieces. Honestly, we've kind of been volunteering to meet every other week and really just wrapping our head around the logistics ourselves. And we always come back to the why now, we're at the cusp of growth. And I'll tell you, I've had a business downtown for 12 years and there's been several instances of like trying to get businesses to collaborate together and come together and this focus on downtown and our historic downtown and how do we, how do we keep it vibrant? And how do we protect it? And for me personally, why I'm on this working group is I see this as an opportunity to do that, and there's an opportunity of funding. Because I've learned, you get all these busy business owners together and everybody has great ideas, but there isn't funding, there isn't an admin to make things happen. So that's, the potential for the DDA to provide funding and the possibility of the town board approving some startup support. I think that there's something really great that could come of this, so that's my
Yeah,
opinion.
and I think, DDA, it's easy to, I think, from the perspective we're in right now, you kind of go, well, is downtown Berthoud going to, fall into disrepair? And probably you'd go, no, that's not very likely, but it happens. And so the DDA is a bit of a bulwark against that, I think, so.
Are there any other questions?
And it kind of went into First Street a little bit, is that because that's the innovation type district? You would like that map moved a little bit more?
Yeah, we talked about First Street, there's been internally. We think there is another opportunity there for the town, for that whole industrial area. And to look at maybe creating a urban renewal authority.
Okay.
To go from the roundabout up to 287. Because we know there is infrastructure needs, there's properties up and down that corridor that could use some help in terms of development. That would bode very well for a URA So, and you can do both. I mean, there's communities that have multiple URAs and a DDA. We just think that that industrial zone for us lends itself more to a URA than a DDA.
Okay, I'm specifically looking at, I'm sorry, that was Third Street, so it loops up in Third Street more than usual, but I understand why now, that.
Massachusetts,
Yeah.
yeah, looking at Massachusetts and that, we know that there'll be, that's another future development site there, right, the old, the town property.
It just felt like the value proposition for, you know, the machine shops and whatnot of Second just really isn't there. Discussion did come up last night about like, well, what about the commercial going east from the roundabout? That was not something that had been discussed, so I think that, you know, we're still drawn, lines can still be redrawn.
Yeah,
you
the
know, so I
boundary
think
can
that's
change.
that's a valid thing to be
Mhm.
considering, we hadn't considered it before.
You can do like a boundary line adjustment after it's formed, right?
You can, yeah, and it's,
Annex-
yeah, and they can
annexation.
annex in.
Mm-hmm.
But it might be something we wanna consider
Yeah.
now, since we know that's gonna be an extension of the commercial corridor. Yeah, so,
And keep in mind, the board ultimately approves the DDA district boundary map.
Okay.
So you all will approve it before there's an election, all that kind of stuff. So
Okay,
everybody knows what the district boundary is.
So it'll be that development plan, the boundary, and then you'll vote on an ordinance, and then we will have an election.
right.
Okay.
But we do have these timelines, and we talked about this too, like, you know, we kind of think, you know, can we put the work in now? We don't really wanna let it sit until April, you know, so we can, if we can make it for November, great, you know, if it's like, we can't, then okay, then we'll wait, you know, we'll keep going.
Listen, thank you, I'll stop it.
Any other
Trustee Kurtz, do you have a?
Well, yeah, just talking about the map, this is awesome, by the way, just a suggestion for consideration of, I guess, boundaries as you were talking about this. Gonna try to describe it, so it's in the Ludlow area, for you know,
Uh-huh.
and so I think it's Spartan where it comes up to 287, there is a mixed use kind of commercial area on the east side of, I guess is it 17? It would go to Meadowlark on the north side of Mountain,
Okay,
but there is quite a bit of mixed use and commercial plan for
right
that.
here.
Yeah, so that's a reasonable suggestion. I think it's worth considering.
Yeah.
We made some intentional decisions about the north end of Legacy Park, the Ludlow Farms development,
Yeah,
in terms of where we think that boundary should likely go. But I think you're right, there is, when Spartan gets extended across and connects to 287, there is a commercial mixed use area that's intended there, so I think it's definitely something we could look at.
Yeah. I mean, and maybe it causes complications because that hasn't gone to final plat,
Yeah,
and there
that-
could be some
And
boundary
That's
issues.
part of the problem,
That
I
is part of the
guess,
issue.
Yeah,
When we don't know where the boundaries are gonna be yet on the new development,
Mm-hmm.
it's a little tougher to draw the line in the right place.
yeah.
Yeah, so again, annexing in the future, you know,
Yeah.
fairly easy to do.
And we also felt like, you know, at least in our discussions internally as staff, and I think they've had these same conversations at the working group level. But we also wanna make sure that the properties are kind of reasonably connected in terms of their focus and their needs. It's why we didn't include all of like Second Street, right? Cause we already talked about those are very disparate kind of uses and machine shops and those, you know, industrial manufacturing and storage, they don't really have the same kinds of needs or priorities. And so, and the same is true with areas that could be redeveloped and areas of new development. There's a strategy including the right kind of areas of new development because they generate tax increment at a much faster rate, obviously.
Yeah.
But we also thought, you know, look, there's this kind of, within the Mountain Avenue corridor, those properties are all tied together because they're all part of what we look at as the Mountain Avenue corridor. It's this important main artery in town, commercial corridor. When we start to branch too far outside of that, then it starts to get a little, we start to have some of those, you know, we have differing priorities, differing uses, but I think that one in particular is one that should talk through.
Yeah, and it was that northern part of the Ludlow property that got me thinking like, oh wait, isn't there other commercial in here that
Yep.
makes sense? Especially since like, I mean, there's debates on both sides, I totally appreciate that, but one thing to consider is that development does have this whole connectivity integration, you know, with the Legacy Park pedestrian way and everything like that, so in terms of getting from the north side to this other commercial area, and the vision is that
Yeah.
it's all very connected, so.
I mean, I think it'd be ideal to include them
Yeah.
if it's connected.
You should.
But if we can't really draw the lines adequately, then
Yeah.
it's gonna create, it's
It
gonna
might have to
create
be an
problems
annex
for us
thing down the road,
now.
'cause
Can you force an annexation or is it up to the
No.
individual? So
Yeah.
I would do it now, cause I mean, if you're getting a huge, they're not gonna wanna play it.
It might be better to de-annex when, if a little bit of residential pops in, you know what I mean, when it gets to final plat.
It's less about that, it's just there aren't places to draw the lines yet, because there are areas that haven't been platted and we know are going to be replatted.
Okay.
And so if you look at it as kind of like a blank canvas, you don't wanna set a DDA boundary line right in the middle of a lot that's gonna be subdivided in the future, right? Because we don't know where those lots are going yet.
Go right through the middle.
I like
It's
your
substantially different from the.
I like your
neighborhood.
idea
Could be
though. We can always
substantially
deviate
different
later
from
on.
neighborhood master plan.
They can be annexing later on.
Yep.
You know, if it goes well, there's going to be reasons that people are going to want to come into it. If it's not going so well, then they won't. And that's fine.
And there's an important, I think it's important also to understand that part of the value of a DDA is that it helps to support redevelopment, infrastructure construction. The more new areas you put in, the more likely they're going to be able to come in and say, hey, we think you should help construct infrastructure and support our redevelopment, right? There's legitimately, we've talked about this before, I think we've been fully transparent. There's some strategy in including new development because of its tax increment value, not because we wanna support its development. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a lot of
To the
dynamics
extent
at
where
play.
there are really important things to do to help those developments fit within the context of Mountain Avenue and
Yeah, well,
encourage and incentivize the right kinds of
I see what you're
businesses,
saying.
the right kinds of development, I think that's a DDA will.
And
Or the
if-
redevelopment.
If I may add to that, one thing, we have one person in our working group who was kind of speaking to that with concern. And, one of the things I brought up is, the mountain overlay plan, is really controlling how these new developments are going to be built, the trees, the beautification, the sidewalks. Whereas the historic downtown, is going to need some love before that new area will. So, and that's, why, and maybe I should, for me personally, not necessarily the
Yeah.
whole working group, sometimes I come back to the historic downtown specifically for that reason.
Yeah, no, I think that makes total sense, and maybe I'm a little biased because I'm down there too. But even the newer areas, 30 years from now, are gonna need to be
Right.
redeveloped themselves.
Exactly.
I'm a lame duck, I can say this, but that 7-Eleven area, sooner or later, that could have some improvement there next to Wagner for walkability, making that part of the downtown.
Well, and again, back to I think having it all one,
Yeah.
lets us unify what happens along the whole corridor.
Yeah, okay. Dang, we're just peppering you with the questions. I had
Yeah.
one more, but I guess. Wait, I can't remember it, so.
Trustee Ayers, did
that
you
was
have a
it.
question?
You guys answered it.
Okay.
Landowners versus leasers or renters, who gets to vote on that?
Yeah, if you're a business owner or property owner, both get to vote.
Both get to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could have the property owner saying, I don't wanna be in there, but the renter can say, I
That
want.
could happen.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, I can, yeah.
And the business owners have to come in and qualify, they have to demonstrate that they are a qualified elector. Because we don't always know who leases a business, right? We have property records, we know who owns the property, we don't know who necessarily has leasehold interest in that property.
Right.
And so there's a process where everybody will receive notice and they'll have the opportunity to come in and demonstrate, I have a leasehold interest in this property in the district, and then they can qualify.
Okay. So this seems to be, the downtown has the most density as far as property owners probably.
For sure.
And then as we push out to these suburban commercial, larger stretches of, this is gonna drive downtown, right? Most of the votes are gonna be down there, most of the direction.
Yeah, I mean, the lot sizes are just inherently bigger as you go into
Yeah.
newer sections
So-
and things like
The
that, so yes.
yeah, the estimates are around a little over 200 properties and around 90 businesses, give or take. I
Okay.
assume that doesn't include any of the new development that hasn't
Well,
actually
I'm just,
happened.
my thinking here is I wouldn't be so worried about annexing these areas. I mean, some of these might be 3-4 companies for a huge lot. That's not a lot of votes there.
Yeah, well,
I
I
wouldn't be
mean,
worried about that.
we'll definitely, I think we should look at that, those areas again in detail. We have a few spots on the map that we should look at.
Yep.
I think that's smart.
This is awesome. You guys are, it's awesome. It's such a complicated thing, so thank you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we've got it all figured out yet, but
Coming
we've
off
made
like
some
you do.
progress.
You got a future side business now. You got a consultant.
Yeah, but we do think, you know, the DDA is a good potential vehicle to kind of help protect Berthoud.
Yeah, and we had nothing before. I mean, we had your guys' individual advocacy in different groups, but this is a good permanent structure, potentially permanent structure for 30 years. One last thing. So you had said good examples and bad examples. Did you guys find a comparable town, like Brush maybe, or is there anywhere that has a DDA kind of
You know,
semi-rural?
the ones that we've looked at the most are probably more like Inglewood and
Yeah.
and Littleton, because they're the newest. They're only a couple, 3 years old, so they, you know, they got the most in common from that perspective of being new.
Okay.
We've looked at some of the other ones, and we said last night, and I think this is true. There's very successful ones, you know. So the range of success looks like very successful to you don't do much, and there's no like, oh shit, you know, really. It just like you know, it's you ended up wasting some money, but they didn't do anything terrible. They just didn't do anything, you know. And so
What do you think the breakdown is? It the relationship between the DDA and the town government?
I think it's more
You guys?
funding probably than
Oh,
anything
okay.
else. You know, do you get does the TIF happen? So you form a DDA, and then if the growth doesn't materialize, well,
Sure.
and you just kind of you don't have any money to do anything. So I don't think that's going to happen here if we do it.
You guys like some of the ones that failed? Because didn't Laramie have one
Eagle,
that failed?
yeah, Eagle is a great example. Longmont has done a lot of great things, and
Yeah,
Berth-
ones- yeah.
Well, no,
Berthoud's
I'm
a
talking about
unique.
ones that had them, but then like dissolved them.
I think they're
Dissolution.
well,
Laramie is one
Wyoming's
that comes to
different.
mind.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can think of any in Colorado that have fully dissolved. And so they may not be doing anything.
It's like dormant, maybe.
But I'm not
Yeah.
aware of any. Doesn't mean they don't exist. I mean, I'm not a expert on every DDA in Colorado, but
Yeah, and I was thinking we're probably one of the smallest ones. But I was looking, Montrose has got one that it's smaller. So
yeah.
we're not the smallest.
Netherland has one.
It's crazy we're bigger than Montrose. Netherland has one?
I bet Louisville probably.
So I got that curious.
Yeah.
So we've been, I mean, really working on logistics. I mean, you can see that there's a lot of just kind of details here. And especially after last night, we're really at this point of like, all right, we need concrete projects. You know, one idea of low hanging fruit right off the bat is branding for downtown. What do you call let's go hang out in downtown Berthoud. Like, what do you call it? But yeah, projects, you know, alleyscapes, you know, different ideas. So that's kind of where we're at is, you know, real concrete.
So one of the things we did last night is we, you know, there's a little flyer that went out. It's got a QR code. We're trying to get that out far and wide. It's a survey, right? And so we really want to get as much input as we can on projects. You know, that's, you know, the nuts and bolts are not terribly exciting, right? They're very important, but what's exciting is to think about what we could do with this thing, right? That's the exciting stuff. And you know, when talking about like alleyway, you know, alleys, you know, Loveland's done alley work, you know, and there's some very cool alleys in Loveland now, things like that, you know, and there's lots of examples, but that's what we want to get the input now.
Chief Charles was talking about lighting last night.
Right. So there's and then there's the more mundane things like, you know, helping with signage and facade improvements, you know, grants to help a building that's, you know, maybe looking a little worn and could use some help. That's the stuff that DDAs can do. So
Yeah, and whereas, I mean, the town over the last few years has had several programs, right?
Yep.
Facade, signage, but the DDA is almost a vehicle to have a more informed group. Not that the town isn't informed,
I get it.
but
Made up
you
of
guys have a
business.
lot to do
it's true.
on your plate. So to have this
Yeah.
really like district focused group to kind of move some things under that umbrella or share some tasks like that, I think there's opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, you get the right group of engaged people and, you know, give them a little money, then make a lot of things happen. And there's granting possibilities too.
Mhm.
One of the open questions we've got is, can a DDA on its own get grant money? We're not sure yet, so we've got to find out. But we know we can partner for sure. We can do a partnership with a 501c whatever, and we can go after things like that. Could we do it on our own is an open question.
Just other question, this might be a question for Walt. Do DDAs typically, are they positive in attracting businesses? Like businesses wanna set up in a DDA because that structure exists for support? So does it
Yeah, a lot of DDAs have recruitment as part of their mission.
And
Cause they
that works.
know, they know best of what would be a good fit to complement what's already there. So then they put together, I'm sure they're working in conjunction with the community, I would think.
Yeah.
But they're putting together maybe the materials and they may have a better idea of who to contact.
Yeah, and personal
Yeah.
networks and stuff like
Yes,
professional
that could be part of it.
And well, just to be devil's advocate, so there's gotta be, it's very minimal impact, but there could be a negative, projecting a negative, by us being stagnant and not being able to capitalize on future property improvement funding, there's, sooner or later, there's gotta be kind of a, so you look at Loveland at the old downtown, and then you see it go up 4 stories. That was a lot of property value increase that we would capture zero of. Are we worried about that at all?
Are you asking about like at some point that tax increment, there's only like a certain amount of tax increment you could generate, or?
Know that
Just the
our
town,
cost of
yeah.
services that provide increases, but we won't be able to recapture, I mean, the businesses that we're kind of looking at are.
I think the
stagnant.
value of the way that they're structured here is that because DDAs don't collect sales tax, the town does. More sales tax from redevelopment in the district is good for the town.
Right, so
The vast
Loveland in
majority of-
particular, that's like 3 stories of residential.
Yeah, but the
above it.
vast majority of our revenue is sales tax driven anyway.
Yeah.
In the general fund, and so.
So that would only be a problem if we looked at residential 2-3 story type stuff, but if it was, I get you, if it was businesses, it's sales tax.
Even that, I'm not sure that's a problem, because I mean, you know, one of the things about density, you know, people have all kinds of opinions about density, but one of the things about density is it costs less to provide services per capita. And those people spend about the same amount of money as somebody that lives in a place where you have, you know, less density and less revenue per capita. And so actually higher density development, vertical construction is better financially for the town, just on a straight numbers basis. I mean, this, you know, like I said, I think you can make all kinds of arguments about density, but positive and negative, but
Yeah,
in general.
especially downtown, I agree with you.
In
Yeah,
general,
okay.
I
So we
think
don't really see
economically-
any downside to this.
The only downside is that we will lose some future property tax
There we go, yeah.
revenue.
Yeah.
And I think that's an intentional choice that we're suggesting is a good idea from the town staff side. You know, one of the things that was asked early on was like, well, why do we need a DDA? Can't the town just commit, you know, money to downtown improvements? And the answer is like, we are committing money to downtown improvements. You know, we've spent a lot of money on some designs and the Mountain Avenue overlay plan, and we're doing facade and sign grants. That funding's kind of limited, but it's there. The answer though is that future boards, as you know, you can't bind a future board to be required to spend money on downtown improvements. The next elected board could say, you know, that's no longer a priority of ours, and we're gonna spend money somewhere else. The Downtown Development Authority creates a taxing entity that only has one focus, and that is supporting the district, the downtown district. And the town can't take that money back.
Yeah, that's
So it's a very intentional choice
It's
to
a hard one to wrap
create
your head around, yeah.
a
Cause it's not really, it's not a
investment.
taxing entity, you can propose a tax, but it's a taxing relocation entity.
That's right, it's not creating a new tax unless the district voters choose to tax themselves. But you're right, it is allocating money on a semi-permanent basis, right, for long term.
Yeah, but not forever, it sounds like 30 years.
Not forever, but it can be extended out, I think up to 50 total, I'm not gonna get that wrong, but
It'll be 90.
But again, you know, it's an intentional choice of the board to give up some future tax revenue, but to make a long-term investment in downtown.
And do we feel that we have articulated our long-term brand in that area? i.e., is there danger in being too successful? You know, what are the destination places? You know, a big grocery store draws a ton of people, right? 35,000 people a week go to a grocery store. You know, has all of this sort of the branding of downtown, what do we want it to look like?
I don't think so, beyond the
yeah,
overlay.
so
You know, the Estes Parks of the world,
Good point.
or the Netherlands of the world, or the old Lovelands of the world. I mean, what, you know, how great do we? Is there too successful where it really is this?
It kind of destroys, there's the overlay, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
I
You
think
can
so.
be- yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's true, the kind of the culture, what makes it unique.
Censure, right? I mean, that's a whole different animal.
so I think there's a couple of components to that question. I think one, branding is important. I know that that's been an important topic of conversation among the working group. I think this will actually help, I think, with branding in the long run. And I think branding is gonna be an important part of establishing an identity for the district. But the district doesn't have any land use authority at all. And so this has come up as well, like, well, is the district gonna tell me what my building has to look like, or what my sidewalk has to look like? And the answer is no, the district can't do that. So the town is still the underlying land use authority, and all of the architectural facades and the street frontage and all that stuff, that will all go through town review. And so the town, and frankly, that has a large impact on kind of overall branding, right? Because a brand, you all know this, I'm preaching to the choir, but a
Right.
brand's not a logo and a slogan, it's a reputation, and it's an identity. And so the town will have a lot of influence over the identity in terms of the way it looks and the functions, the site layout, street layout, all that stuff. Hopefully we'll do that all in partnership with the DDA. And the DDA will then also have marketing and kind of branding, what I think a lot of people think of branding, just in terms of, kind of the visual identity and printed materials and web presence and all that stuff, that will go through the DDA. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Did that answer your question, trustee?
Yeah, I just was, I was in Florida a month or so ago, and there were just these amazing quaint little towns that were just incredible destinations, but they still kept the charm.
Yeah,
Right, but yet.
I totally get what you're
But
saying.
yet they had the highest end retail businesses like in the country, but yet they still felt like this cute little center
Right.
area, and there was a place for concerts and stuff like that. And I just, I get so excited about Berthoud because we've got the income, right, like our medium price home, we've got the traffic, you got all the stuff to make this amazing, it already is amazing.
Yeah, right, I get what you're saying,
But
just don't screw it up.
what's
type
the
thing.
next
Yeah.
generation, and what's the third generation look like?
Right, yeah, and it could go,
Because you guys want more business, that's what drives a lot of what you're doing.
I live right there too, so I live a block from the brewery, so
Yeah.
I also, I mean, I balance, like, my personal, I have 2 kids, like, so what I want is also it's not just more business by any means. It's definitely more than that.
Yeah, I think a couple things. I think the odds of the likelihood of a DDA being so successful that we overdo it are low. Because it's gonna take a long time to make things happen anyway, and I think we want everybody to know that. It's like going to take years before the DDA can really do much of anything that's just baked.
No disrespect, but is there I haven't heard of it, is there a destination restaurant downtown right now where, people from 20 miles around go, you gotta go to Berthoud to go to this
Not
restaurant,
anymore.
Cause that's what I
it
do.
depends who you
is-
talk to,
used to be.
I work for all of them, so I can't say.
It's coming on the A&W,
Exactly.
No, I'd say Cosina does.
But that's an important thing, right? You get a destination restaurant and you start to draw. And then one of the things that came up, we had when we met with the citizens and they were asking us questions, parking was a very powerful
Right.
statement from some of the business owners also.
So the formation of a DDA, if it happens, is us, this board, and the people in the DDA saying today that you care enough about downtown to do something concrete instead of it being something that's a bit ephemeral, like, Main Street, does good work, but it ebbs and flows, and this is much more concrete. So.
I think there's power just in having a handful of individuals coming together, like, wanting to help work for the downtown. So I hope that you see the value in that as well. I mean, you guys are all essentially volunteers for Berthoud too.
Oh, of course.
I'm sure you can see, like, the impact that you have, so.
I don't
just-
wanna speak for the board, but I think it's great seeing businesses, you guys, it's not, I'm a local business owner, but having downtown business owners kind of set the tone for your area, that makes the most sense, so I think this is great.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thanks
a
for
lot.
staying up this late. Nope, trustee Murphy's got a question, bring it right back.
I just really wanted to thank you guys for stepping up and engaging with us and taking this seriously. I think this is all about empowerment of our business owners downtown, and I really appreciate you guys stepping up into this role.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing, cause I do think it will help,
Yeah.
it is really clarifying with the chief that we will get that wording before it goes on the ballot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we did last night, you know,
You said,
said
yeah.
like, we wanna partner with you, like, it's very important.
To the chief and Amy,
Yeah.
both of them are there, it's like, you know, and we said, we're not cheerleading this.
Yeah.
I mean, it may sound like a little bit, but we want this to be transparent. We wanna, you know, get the information out, get it on the ballot, and then if, you know, we can't convince everybody that it's a good idea or that there's too much of a threat to other things, then it'll fail. And
Yeah.
that's okay.
If we don't have good action items and a good plan for what we're gonna do, I'm not gonna vote for it, so.
So from the technical side, maybe this is the town's impetus then to get the wording, cause you guys don't have an attorney set aside for this, but to show the special districts that we're serious about.
Well, we're gonna need help, but it's on the working group and other people working with the working group, expanding the working group to draft the plan of development, and that's where I think we've gotta have that language about what we're gonna do to mitigate that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And the town has been funding with the board's support, the consulting support to help kind of get through this education process. We'll continue to support the funding for the plan of development. We have a downtown development kind of specific attorney that may provide us some additional support as we draft that language, so unless the board tells us otherwise, we're gonna continue to use the funds that we've set aside to do this work,
And that's been huge.
to make sure that it's all done right.
Yeah, I mean, the town's initiative has been, I mean, we wouldn't be working on this if the town were supporting the initiative. So
Yeah,
thank
via
you.
Walton, the consultants. Yeah.
Yep.
So, thank you for that.
Thank you guys. Trustee Murphy.
Mayor Fairspec, could I extend the meeting to 10:30?
Is there a second? All those in favor of extending the meeting till 10:30, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Anything else to add?
Just real quick to this item, if that's okay? Is it-
Yeah, that's right, yeah, absolutely.
They're doing a great job, you could hear that. And the thing about DDAs, there's 20 of them in Colorado. I don't wanna say every one of them is unique, but they sort of are. So there's not like a cookie cutter approach. You can go and look at Inglewood or Littleton or Fort Collins or Loveland and go, that's what we want. Because they're all tweaked, they're all a little bit different, especially when you talk about special districts. It's not like we can go look at what Inglewood did, what Littleton did. Cause they all, Steve's right, they all negotiated with the special districts in some manner, shape or form. Each one's just a little bit different in how they worked all of that out. So it's a learning process for us. The other thing is, we mentioned this early on, Steve mentioned this. The other decision that will come before you besides the board being created, the drafting or approving the district boundary is the upstart funding. Chris and I have talked about this a lot, and I think you might, as Steve alluded to, those early 3 to 5 years, there's not gonna be a lot of money coming in. It's gonna be a while before that tax increment starts to generate enough income where the DDA has money to go out and do facade improvements or do whatever. So, and to keep, the DDA active during that startup phase, they're gonna need some sort of funding, probably from the town that you all will have to make a decision on at some point.
You guys got, you don't probably wanna talk about it now, but you have some ideas of
Oh, yeah,
turning
Chris,
sales tax around or
Yeah,
something?
we'll absolutely come to you with those ideas, and
Oh, yeah.
from a staff standpoint, we think that's important,
Yeah.
so they have, some initial funding to operate.
And that's common, that's a common element among
That
DDAs
is-
to start out. That is one common element among all of them, pretty much.
Awesome. Anything else?
I was just gonna say, I think it's wise, and I'm grateful, Walt, for your work on this, because I think it's delegating tasks that we couldn't do on at staff level to the people who are directly impacted, and the people who have the savvy and are in the thick of it. So I'm grateful that we're lending our time and resources to aiding them in whatever way we need to, because we are limited in how much time and effort we can put in and funding. So thank you for taking that time and moving us forward before all the development does take place. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
I got a no, I'm kidding. All right, this concludes our regular agenda items. I don't think we're taking action tonight, right, for executive?
I will ask you to, after we have executive session, I would expect to ask you to take action on the item after. It's
Okay.
included on the agenda and in the packet, so.
That's okay, well, we'll talk about that in there. So do you want us to do, I guess we could do reports now still and then come back out and just do that action?
I think
Okay.
that's up to you. We could do that, or we could do executive session and do reports after. It's up to the.
Let's just do it since we're here. So we'll do reports, just a time to talk about what's going on with committees, town, any questions? Start off with trustee Kurtz.
No reports tonight for me.
All right, trustee Hardy,
Nothing.
trustee Albrecht.
No reports. I don't know when the time would be, but I'd like to throw my name in for Youth Advisory Commission liaison.
Time, I think, is
since
now.
it's been vacated.
Awesome. If, yeah, I guess we didn't do committee assignments, shoot. I
We
guess
do intend to bring that back to you at the next meeting for committee assignments as part of, I think there's some interviews to take place to fill seats. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn.
That's correct.
But we have some empty seats on the committees, so we thought it'd be a good idea to appoint those seats, assuming that we get those through those interviews, and then have you guys make new committee assignments for board liaisons at the same meeting.
Great. Hey, perfect, thanks, Andrew. Trustee Wayne.
If this is the time, just up for a future discussion on metro
That's right.
districts.
Yeah.
However, whatever format there is, but I would really just, I mean, I'm a little, just if I could just give one example. Huron Lakes has 17 metro districts with Huron Lakes, 16 controlled by, 100% controlled by the developers. I'm the one district that's not, and so I'm kind of flying solo out there. And I would love to have some dialogue, just some conversation, however it's appropriate to have that.
I think we'd be happy to meet with you at the staff level first and kind of give you an overview of how all that works.
Okay.
And then to the extent that that doesn't answer your questions, or there's some additional discussion you'd like to have at the board level from a policy standpoint, then you could bring that back and the board could decide if
That'd
that's
be
what you
great.
guys wanna talk about. But I think we can answer a lot of your questions,
Okay.
yeah.
Trustee Ayers?
I have two main things, and they were both gone over today. One of them was at the last port meeting, there was a long discussion about Richardson Park and the possible pool. And everyone at the meeting was really pushing for a regular outdoor community pool. And as Ms. Roth brought up earlier today, there's concerns about the possible phasing of Richardson Park. Could there be a pool elsewhere? The Youth Advisory Committee was actually there saying the youth wants an outdoor pool sooner than later. So I was trying to get them to understand that, the plans are moving forward, there are options, but it really is dependent on that survey. And so they're gonna look at, I think, the final draft of the survey at the next meeting and then release it to the public. The Youth Advisory Committee is setting out their own survey to the school kids around town that's specifically focused on pool, because there was some discussion about separating the two in the survey, both just from parks generally and Richardson, but then pool discussions. So that should be upcoming, either the next port meeting or the meeting after. But just so that you guys know, all of the community feedback from all of the members of the port committee, all of the members of the port committee and all of the citizen participation at the port meeting was that they want an outdoor lap pool. It was basically and the survey is also gonna distinguish because there seems to be some miscommunication about what a lap pool actually is. So that's gonna be specified in the survey and in the final discussions that I can bring back to you guys. The other main point, once again, was multiple community members concerned about the trails around town, but specifically at Heron Lakes, and then general concern about the gatehouses. And once those, especially the main gate going into Heron Lakes, if there's going to be a check-in every single time for anyone driving at that gate, there's a lot of concern, and which I share, that is going to dissuade people from even going into that public
Right.
space, right? So I guess a question would be what control do we have if they end up, if and when they close that gate and you can only enter that development through a guard, if that starts to be a problem, what check do we have on access to that?
That's why we
Development.
prepared a license agreement for you guys to consider, that specifies kind of how that would work, and that license agreement could be revoked and we could require them to reopen the gates.
Just completely open them as they were before, they're just sitting there open.
Yeah, I mean, they were within public right of way, and
Right.
they can only install those under, so the town board approved an intergovernmental agreement with the district back in 2018. I've been trying to go back and do some research, cause it was soon after I started here. The earliest emails I have about it were a couple months after I started, and there was already a drafted agreement, so I honestly can't recall how all that went down.
Yeah, I feel terrible because my signature's on it. I was like,
Yeah, I mean,
"Oh."
like, you know, and even trustee Lackey and I've talked about it, like, he was on the board, or former trustee Lack, and he was like, I don't remember approving that, and I'm like, well, you did, you voted unanimously to approve the IGA, and there wasn't any
Yeah.
discussion at the meeting, but I know there was other meetings where there was discussion, anyway. We're trying to kind of understand that history a little bit, cause I honestly don't even recall a lot of it.
But ultimately, the document said it can be terminated by either party at any time with notice or something.
In general, that's true, yeah, and then, but even after that, I still had issues just as the town administrator with like, okay, well, that's fine, but I think there still has to be an agreement that talks about how the gate operates. That clarifies a lot of the things that you're talking about, so.
Or
intergovernmental
that we
agreement-
want the gate
Yeah,
to be
well,
terminated.
that's true. I think the district has some kind of reasonable expectation. They've invested a lot of money in those gates that were approved at the time. So to just tell them like, hey, take them out and sorry you spent, you know, a couple $100,000 or whatever that, I don't know what the number is, but I mean,
Yeah.
that would be a tough thing to do.
Not
that we couldn't, I think
Right.
the agreement allows us to do that. That's your call, not mine, but
Yeah.
as a board. But in any case, I think that license agreement is the piece that was the missing puzzle piece from my perspective, is like, okay, well, the town said you could install gatehouses and they could look like this. But how do you gate public right of way? I don't think I really understood why we were doing that at the time. Maybe I should have pushed back harder. But in any case, we worked on that license agreement over the last, gosh, it's been almost 2 years. Our attorney, their attorney, staff, the developer, to try and clarify how that operates and, you know, what the expectations are for making sure there's clear signage that makes it explicit that anyone can come through at any time.
The sidewalk / trail doesn't go through the gate.
The
it goes
sidewalk
to
and the
side
trail
of
will
the gate.
always be ungated.
Yeah,
And
right.
so anybody
Yeah.
that wants to
I think
walk
the
or ride in
purpose
there
of
will
the
never be
gate
limited.
is to deliberately dissuade, right, people from coming in.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I think- I think-
my only point here is I think maybe Carl's point is when is this, trustee Ayers' point is maybe when is this discussion gonna arise again? I think trustee Lack's under the impression that it is gonna come back up. And
it
I
is
think-
going to come back up. They won't be allowed to close those gates that, like on Grand Market until you approve that license agreement.
Okay.
And is that the same, sorry to belabor the point, but is that the same for the one, the entrance to the Rookery, which doesn't have a gatehouse, but it's always closed?
It is.
Unless you drive up to it. But if I see a gate and I'm driving down that road, I'm not gonna drive up to it. 'cause
And there's
a gate
not,
there.
and there's not clear signage that says pull up so the gate will open.
Right.
Then yeah, I wouldn't go through it either. It's a long story. The short answer is that gate got installed without approval from the town. And until a couple of weeks ago, nobody had ever complained about it, so we just hadn't worried about it. Because it is technically open, you can pull up. I drive through it all the time. You know, it functions just like it's supposed to. There's no signage yet. We would expect them to put that signage up just like would be required under the other license agreements. We could make them open it now. Like I said, nobody had ever complained before until a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, okay, so that's great, this conversation's coming back up.
Uh-huh.
There's some flexibility, maybe we could say after 9 you're allowed to close them, but I think there's a lot of concern about creating a gated community. So that's coming back though, and we know
It is gonna come back to you.
You know, timeframe, May, June.
I'd like to bring it back to you at the next meeting. We actually, it was ready.
Push it off the one after that, I think.
It's up to you guys. I mean, I was prepared to bring it tonight, but I didn't think tonight made sense based on what was on the calendar and new
The residents
trustees.
are being told something different, so there
I
needs to be at some
understand,
point.
Brian
some
shared
real-
me the website that they
some
said this
real
is a gated community.
clarification. Yeah.
We're getting, so.
And and
I
every
don't
one of
fault
their
them.
board meetings, they bring up just the other side strongly, so
Yeah.
there just needs to be some obviously open communication at some
Absolutely,
point.
yeah, I feel that side too, that
And
you
I-
buy into something that.
And I think that's generally been the approvals, for better or for worse. I think that was, when that actually happened to me is also unclear, even going back at the record before I got here. But it was explicitly approved in 2018 via the IGA that the board approved, so. in that sense, I think they've been operating under a reasonable assumption. The board approved the installation of gatehouses.
Yeah, I think it's a frog in a skillet slowly getting turned up and up. I think it was sold as maybe for a tournament, we're gonna keep this, and now it's kind of slowly creeping in that these gates are coming closed. So, it's coming back, that's what's important, and
Come back.
we should have the residents in there too and have this
Yeah,
discussion.
I think these are important questions to ask and answer.
My last thing, we approved a lot division directly east of the First Street roundabout, and there's a sidewalk gap there. And was that a CDOT issue to connect that sidewalk with the sidewalk in the roundabout on the north side of
I know which
E6?
one you're talking about. I honestly don't recall if it was
Okay.
part of their site plan. I don't believe it was.
I don't think so,
Because
but
it's not in, it was not part of their property.
okay.
But I do believe we are expecting to close that gap, that the town will close that gap.
In one of the next phases of the sidewalk
Of our sidewalk
improvements.
improvements.
Okay, thank you. Oh, on a
Between
happy note,
Peakview and the roundabout,
right.
or Pyramid Peak.
Pyramid Peak, yeah. The other roundabout at 25, the sculptures are looking really nice.
Oh,
I
great.
see more
Awesome.
stones every day.
Awesome.
They are very cool.
Yeah, great job.
I'm biased, of course, but.
Yeah, they also look like arrows too. So.
Speaking of I-25, I noticed that the propane tank lamp has been off.
Well, I'd like to take credit for that, but I can't.
Second Amendment, did someone shoot at it or what?
I honestly don't know.
Dark sky advocate.
I wasn't blinded by
It may, actually, it may be a staff member that worked with them to get it turned off, I don't know. I think that is the case, but
It's physically disconnected.
It's still there,
Alright.
I just noticed I wasn't blinded by it the other night when I.
there you go. So thank you to staff for taking care of that without me even knowing, so.
That's awesome, okay.
Yeah.
All functioning too.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just like to bring up Arbor Day, that would be this weekend at 10 a.m. at Vine Park. I give all credit to the tree committee and arborist Furnace for really putting together a really good Arbor Day. I hope you guys are all there. Even though we're forecasted for rain on Saturday, things we've done a lot of outreach to the elementary schools. Last year, we had a poster contest for Arbor Day. I think we had 3 submissions, if I recall. This year, we're at 100 plus right now. We're gonna have Smokey the Bear out there, we're gonna have a fire truck show up. What else? So it's gonna be a pretty big deal, and I hope you all can attend, but and we've got the banner up over Mountain now, but all credit goes to the tree committee and Arborist Furnace. We've really dialed it up and I'm really happy about it, so.
Awesome, sounds great.
That's all I've got.
Should have Bean first.
Long storied history over there. Right. I just want to briefly bring up stuff, 2 things, and I can send you out the information too from the rail district, but it seems likely that we have a path to a station. Initially, it seemed like there was absolutely nothing. Now some wording came through on directions for secondary stops. The wording said if we agree to do secondary stops. So in a discussion I had with their planning committee last week, they're open to the idea of switching the word if to when. And if it's when, then I feel a lot better that we would eventually be getting a stop. The other thing is it has to be outside of 5 miles from the next stop. So it would be some negotiation with Loveland to make sure that it's not too close to ours. More than 10,000 people, which we're already at, and it cannot be federally, for some reason, the wording says it cannot use any grants, so it has to be essentially funded by the government entity, so funded by the town. There's one guy in there that kind of advocating for us, saying that doesn't make sense, they should have the opportunity, we don't know what's going on in the future. So maybe we can get that, but otherwise, we'd still have to self-fund this thing, but in my mind, it's better than where we were at a couple weeks ago as far as paying for something that we were not gonna get, and now there might be a path. What was really interesting was one of the higher up CDOT guys was in that meeting, and he said there might be an opportunity for even pushing up phasing on secondary stops depending on future federal money. I don't know if that was, he had an idea in his head or he was just throwing that out, but it was kind of nice to hear that there might even be a possibility that we could construct quicker than we thought. if this gets passed in November. So that the jury's still out if they wanna do it in November. In fact, there's a couple directors that now wanna wait till 2026 just because the amount of tax asks already on the November election. But we gotta make that decision this month or next month because it really coming down to the wire. So that's one. Oh, the other thing was the R2J dinner that Administrator Kirk, Trustee Hardy and I attended. Really nothing of note there. They seem to be still looking kind of into a bond, but didn't really get a
I don't think they were
square
prepared to
answer
announce
out.
it
Yeah.
yet, but yeah.
Yeah, bond and maybe more tax debt for the Berthoud School. Yeah, that's all I could think, so great. Welcome everyone and re-welcome.
Yeah.
Nice to have you.
It's
And,
exciting. You guys have accomplished so much.
great to have you. First, I think our first trustee that's north of 287 Northwest, so. Administrator Kirk, I'll turn it over to you.
Just a couple of short updates from me. As a follow-up to a recent citizen participation request, there was, you may recall, there was a lot of talk about speeds on Nebraska east of First Street. We did have the opportunity to place some speed monitoring devices there. The data doesn't indicate that there's really a speed issue. I think we had combined probably 17,000 vehicle trips through there over the month or so that we collected data. The average speeds were below 30 miles an hour. The 85th percentile, which is kind of this typical speed limit setting, was well within that range. So there's from a practical data standpoint, there's not a lot of speeding through there. I'm sure there are people that are speeding. There's people that speed on every road in town, but I don't think it's a consistent problem. All of that said, I already talked to Keith, our Public Works Operations Manager, about the possibility of installing a stop sign, at least one through that stretch through Mary's Farm, just to slow traffic down a little bit more. I don't think it will have much of an impact, and in some cases that actually creates more speeding, more problem, because people that are used to going through there at 25 to 30 miles an hour then have to stop, and they get frustrated and they jam on the gas on their way out. And so sometimes you end up creating unintended consequences. Practically speaking, it's not a big deal for us to put in a stop sign.
Sure.
But that may generate other issue or other complaints, but I think from a speeding standpoint, there is not an issue there. And Sergeant Williamson and his team also put out some speed monitoring on 10th Street, so we got some good data there too about speeds along that stretch southbound.
That's great, thanks for sharing.
Anyway, it's really awesome info, and we have some summary reports we could share if you guys are kind of interested in what we're able to collect through that monitoring process. Just a reminder that next week is a 5th Tuesday, so that means we'll have 2 Tuesdays without a meeting before we have another meeting on May, I think that's the 14th. So the 30th is a 5th Tuesday. We traditionally don't have a meeting on the 5th Tuesday, and then the first Tuesday of the month, which is the 7th.
So when's the next meeting?
May 14th. So twice a year we have a 5th Tuesday that interrupts our regular cadence of every other week.
Thank you.
So just a reminder. And then with respect to the rail, Walt and I had a good meeting with the economist that we hired to help us do an economic feasibility or an economic analysis of
Potential loss.
potential benefit and potential loss associated with the development of the station. So they're working through that process. They had a lot of great research they'd already done.
Great.
So we're hopeful to have some of that just as backup data for us. We can either use now or in the future to
Yeah, grant applications
advocate
too,
for, for grant applications and everything to advocate for stop
That's
signs.
awesome, you guys found one, so thank you.
We went through several different avenues before we found one, but I think we found the right one anyway, so that worked out good. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Chief, do you have anything you'd like to bring up by chance? Okay.
The radar trader currently on Welch in the 500 block. One is put on 4th Street, north of Bunyan, and then the other one's in front of the high school.
Great. Thank you. Great, nothing else, then we can make, if you'd like to move to go into executive session. We'll have this discussion and potentially take action afterwards, so we have to come back out to take action. Would anyone like to move us into executive session?
I'll do it. I move to enter into executive session to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402 4E1. The following is provided for information purposes, potential property acquisition.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, trustee Ayers has moved, trustee Albrecht is seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Kurtz,
Yes.
trustee Ayers,
Yes.
trustee Hardy,
Yes.
trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
trustee Murphy,
Yes.
trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes, okay. Let's reposition ourselves back to the other room. And we'll break. On the action sheet, but administrator. And open the meeting back up, it's 10:40 PM. We're getting out of executive session here, so I guess we can get straight into that proposed motion. Action. Here we are. Would anyone like to take action on item number 8?
I'll say move to enter, or, flip the page. Oh, here we go. I move to authorize the town administrator to execute the contract to purchase land on LCR, Montgomery County Road 15 in the amount of,
$5,715,000.
correct? And authorize the town administrator to finalize the issues related to the contract, not including price, following by a second vote.
Is there a second? Okay, trustee Hardy has moved, trustee Kurtz has seconded, is there any final discussion on this? Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Excellent, thank you, everyone, what a great night, welcome aboard, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
Thank you all.
It's a wrap.